And that's really commendable. I mean, it's been difficult, but very, very commendable. But as you start opening up the economy, naturally human instinct takes over, and persons start thinking that the all clear is given. And in fact, we're not even close to giving the all clear. And so a continuation of the curfew, as well as the continuation of separating the country, is something that we think reminds people every day that we're not in a normal position. And so we will continue to impose the barriers. And again, these are not to separate the country, but these are things, symbols, to continue to remind everyone that it's not business as usual in our country, and that we have to continue practicing social distancing. The comparison was made between Governor Cuomo. I mean, Governor Cuomo, not just by my own account, but I think by the global account, has done an amazing job. He's a very articulate, very bright governor in difficult circumstances. I don't think he has as difficult of a task as we have, but clearly in being able to get the resources from the Fed government, we feel his pain every day in terms of what he's having to go through. But I would say to you, to make comparisons between myself and Governor Cuomo might be a bit difficult. I think that if you spoke to Governor Cuomo and asked him whether he would be rather in St. Lucia's position of having the 15 cases, no one having to go into hospital and nobody dying, versus what he's had to confront. There's been a need for him to get on the TV every day. When you're talking about, I think that they reached a peak of 800 or 900 people were dying in one day. And there was this continual fear that they weren't going to get enough respirators, enough PPEs. I mean, he's made all of these household names because he's very adept at describing the crisis and the pain that he was feeling. And so therefore, we have not been tested in that way. And we didn't need to go through New York or to see what happened in New York, because we had the experience in Italy. We saw it. Many of us would have heard the voice message from a person who lives here, who had been in Italy. And we could feel the pain and the anguish in her voice for what she was going through in terms of what was happening in Italy. And it didn't take a genius to sit down and know that if we had any kind of community outbreak in this country, the impact that it would have had. And it was on the basis of that, Mr. Speaker, and on the advice of the CMO and on the advice of CARFA, that this government chose to take that advice early. I'm not going to get into name calling, but there were certainly suggestions that some of the things that we were doing early, that it was going to impact the long-term relationships we had with some businesses. Because we were making tough decisions. And we were making those tough decisions, Mr. Speaker, because we understood our vulnerability. And the second test for us came, Mr. Speaker, when there was the 5 cases and we had to put 100 people into quarantine. And we had already been putting plans in to do a more stringent shutdown. And on the Wednesday, when word had gotten out that the country was going to be shut down, what we were attempting to do was to stop the panic buying that we saw in other countries. And so we ended up shutting down the country, just no secret, 2 days before we really wanted to do it. And not everything was in place. But we had to weigh up having it completely right versus saving lives. And it was from that position then now to try to work how we can now open up shops, get people food, and facilitate people to be prepared for a longer quarantine. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, at all times, if we made a mistake, it was a mistake that was made in the interest, always, of the people. And those decisions became very difficult, Mr. Speaker, because we all know in our own communities, in our own houses, the level of fear and anxiety that existed on people's parts. And so you don't want to add to that fear, but at the same time, there were decisions that we knew that we had to make to be able to solve the problem. And I would like to think, Mr. Speaker, I would like to think that those decisions today, that a lot of people are appreciating them. And while we are not out of the woods, and we will continue to make those difficult decisions when it comes to COVID, we will continue to make them, always, always, in the best interest of the country. And I certainly want to join members on my side. I want to join members on the other side and all of St. Lucia and the persons that donated to the frontliners at the telethon to again recognize the efforts of the persons on the front line. And some of them themselves became affected. The firemen in Babylon, nurses. There were persons at the airport who had to go in quarantine believing that they were affected. So this does not go unnoticed, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't go unnoticed. And that's the greatest sacrifice, is to lay your life on the line. And to see the valor and the integrity in which many people of this country did that with. So, the dissemination of information. Mr. Speaker, whether it's right or wrong, St. Lucia chose a very different style. And because of the prevalence of fake news in this country, we've attempted to keep distribution or dissemination of information as it pertains to COVID to two people, primarily. The CMO on all technical matters. The numbers of people who've been affected, the number of people that are in quarantine, how many people have been tested. The CMO literally has been on every single week providing those informations. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a website that's up and running that can give people information immediately on a lot of those details. And the policy positions have been reserved for myself, the Prime Minister. So when we're changing the quarantine times or adding zones or taking down zones, all those policy initiatives has fallen on the responsibility of me as Prime Minister to be able to make those information known. So unlike some other leaders like Como, who sits and does everything himself, we have felt that we wanted to depoliticize the dissemination of information, and we felt that COVID should not be a political issue, and therefore all matters dealing with COVID on a technical basis has been in the realm of the CMO. A very important issue was brought up, which was alcohol, and it was a very difficult decision. But I think that when we first started the quarantines, leader of an opposition, I had a discussion on it. Persons were gravitating to bars. And what we were seeing is bars were finding creative ways around it by closing their doors and pretending they were closed, but we had speakeasies now operating in our communities. And despite the efforts of the police officers, people were ignoring the law. And all of a sudden we found ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in saying, okay, let's take away the licenses, liquor licenses for those small bars. And then it became complicated because some of the bars in our communities are also small shops. And therefore, if you now start to allow the big shops to sell liquor and the gas stations to sell liquor, there would be a form of discrimination that people would felt, because they'd say, whoa, so I can go and buy liquor somewhere else and I can have a bar at my home, whereas I'm a little person trying to make some money. And we also felt that in many cases, the river limes and the beach limes we were seeing, that they were also being infused and energized by the liquor. And so I think that we made a very difficult, but I think in hindsight, the right decision, Mr. Speaker, in taking away the liquor licenses from everyone. And certainly the government is looking very closely at when we can announce that we would start liquor, and that would be the process, would be through the grocery stores and the gas stations initially, and then slowly being able to bring liquor back into our market as we become more comfortable. And we're certainly being advised by the CMO when it comes to that. The church is the same thing. Clearly, you know, we're all very spiritual. We all understand the importance of being able to go to a Saturday, Sunday, and even during the week masses. And we want to be able to see those come back as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker. And again, we're being advised by the CMO, and it's certainly one of those things that we would like to be able to open up sooner than later. And we think that it's difficult to take away the spirituality of people, the comfort of the spirituality from people for much longer. But we certainly want to applaud all of the churches who have found new online mechanisms to be able to have their sermons. And I congratulate all of them on what they've been doing. So, we also talked about, Mr. Speaker, was brought up with regards to debt management, and almost suggesting that the opposition had some foresight indicating that the government was going on the wrong trajectory, Mr. Speaker, and that the ills of our decisions have come back to haunt us, and that's why we've now suddenly found ourselves in this economic crisis. And you know, that's a narrative, Mr. Speaker, that sounds really good. You can go out there and you can sell that every day. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, the evidence doesn't suggest that. So when you go and look at the debt to GDP numbers, since we got into government, they've been going down. In fact, we're going to be having the budget or the estimates very soon, and I think that the numbers will surprise everyone in terms of where the debt to GDP was going to be pre-COVID. We also saw economic growth. In fact, the members on the opposite side who formed the government the last 5 years, very little growth in the economy. And we've seen that we've had over 11% growth in the economy. The unemployment levels have come down. And I've also heard members on the other side and associates of members on the other side who have made this saying, well, you lowered the VAT rate and we didn't feel the benefit of the VAT rate. It never got translated to the people. And that, there's nothing further from the truth. The fact is the VAT rate, and if you look at the inflation rate for the same year, the inflation rate didn't go up. I think it was marginal, point something of a percent. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that government revenues went up significantly. And it was those government revenues that helped stabilize the economy in order to secure civil servants' salaries, as well as being able to, for the first time, agreeing on collective agreement 2 years in advance, and being able to provide the security to those civil servants that they were going to get an increase. It was that tax alone, the reduction of that tax, that made that happen. And certainly, this government operates very counterintuitively. So even now, when there are suggestions of increasing the tax on a long-term basis, I can say that this government would not support doing that. What this government would be interested in is increasing the tax net. And I'll save that for the discussion of the next bill that we're going to have. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the numbers and the suggestion of the link that we were mismanaging the economy, and that's why all of a sudden we have found ourselves in this financial crisis, is furthest from the truth. So, Mr. Speaker, what is it we've seen? We've seen that in March of this year, that revenues started to decline. We saw that cruise ships stopped coming, and when we imposed a 2-week curfew on the British citizens coming to the country. Almost within days, the hotels that were predominantly leaning towards that market shut down. And then about 2 or 3 weeks later, we saw that when we imposed the same thing on the US market, all the airlines stopped and all of the hotels have shut down. So in essence, there is no buddy flying into the airports, there's no tax being collected, there's no taxi driver that's collecting anybody who's buying gas. There's nobody being employed at the hotels who are paying now NIC and also making a contribution to PAYE. All of the tours have been closed down. All the persons who were selling goods has closed down. And then, to make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, weeks later, the economy was shut down. And so whatever businesses were left. So in the month of April, there's been no secret to it, that we would have normally last year collected $110 million, and I know there are former ministers of finance in here, and who would know that March 31st is a very big day in the history of the biggest day for the inland revenue. Nothing. So revenue projections for this month, Mr. Speaker, are at about $25 to $27 million. That's what we're projecting in terms of local revenues that would normally have generated $110 million. We also have, no secret, we've announced it, $700 million in bonds and treasury bills that are due this year. Common thing. And sadly, St. Lucia, since 1997, when it went away from the idea of having a sink fund, or to be able to pay off the bonds on an annual basis, instead they did what was called bullet bonds, that we get into the habit of just rolling over the bonds. So the debt just continues to compile. And we just add debt, and we add debt, and we add debt. And when this government left office in 2011, Mr. Speaker, it left $200 million in a reserve fund. And members on the other side will remember saying that a reserve fund was there was no purpose for it. There was no purpose for it. Why? They said because the interest rate was too high, and so therefore leaving money in the fund was a bad decision. Those words were uttered in this House, Mr. Speaker. So there was $200 million. And so they now ended up in their term of office not only accumulating almost $900 million of new debt, but they also spent the $200 million that was in the reserves. So when this government came in, it decided it had to start rebuilding that fund. And there's $25 million in the fund in the years. And so the fund was only built up once we now were able to put the tax in, and $28 of the airport tax has been going in to put into this sinking fund. And what should the sinking fund be, Mr. Speaker? The sinking fund at minimum should be your salaries for 3 months and your debt payments for 3 months. Minimum. But ideally, the sinking fund should be 6 months. And what's that amount? $400 to $500 million is how much should be in the sinking fund, in order to be able to preserve for a day like today. But Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the fact that because of the management of the economy over the last 3.5, 4 years, that the debt to GDP has dropped, unemployment has dropped, revenues had increased significantly, and the diversification of the economy, investments in agriculture, investments in manufacturing, investments in the IT sector, the operationalizing of the Headquarters Act. All these things started to contribute to the growth in the economy. And it's because of that that we've been able to quickly go out, and we're now negotiating a policy loan, Mr. Speaker, with the CDB for $35 million. We're in the process, hopefully it's gone to the board of the IMF on the 27th to be able to help. another 30 million US. We're also have had discussions at the ECCB level where we've changed some of the reserve rules, and we're getting access to some short-term and long-term borrowings, which will amount to about 70 million EC. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, we're looking to be able to raise within the next 6 weeks approximately $240 million. But this government believes that this crisis is going to last at least for 6 months. We don't see the local economy or the international economy getting back even to any point of resemblance of where we were pre-COVID. And certainly by September, we're not going to be at the pre-COVID level, but we're hoping that we would have seen the international markets open, we'd have seen our economy starting to recover, and that we're trying to be able to create some major initiatives as it pertains to construction. And that we'll understand what that $25 million is going to be. Is that $25 million going to go up to $50 million? Is it going to be $40 million? Now, the CDB, the IMF, ECCB, and our department, here our finance department, has initially determined that there's going to be a contraction in the economy of 10%. A couple of days ago, the governor indicated to me, the governor of the ECCB, indicated that that number is being revised, and that number is probably going to be closer to 18%. We also heard the comments, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure members on the other side heard it as well, from Kristalina, the managing director of the IMF, who indicated that as bad as some of the projections are, she still believes that they're too optimistic. In essence, that she believes that the fallout is going to be significantly more than what we're seeing. So my government, our team, have put this thing into 3 phases. And I certainly don't want to leave COVID, Mr. Speaker, but COVID continues to be an issue, something that we keep our eye on, and we're now moving into a space of trying to coexist with COVID. How can we get economic activity and continue to cause the public to practice the discipline necessary? How do we keep our contact tracing team fully intact to make sure that if there's outbreaks and when we're reopening, to put policies in place that certainly keep that in mind, contact tracing and social distancing. So very early on, the member from Dennery North will remember at the NEMAC meeting, and why we called NEMAC was because we've likened COVID from the beginning as a hurricane. And I want the general public to appreciate that. Before a hurricane is coming, and we're announcing that the hurricane's coming, there's a rush to the grocery stores. Because everybody's trying to stock up on canned foods, etc., because they don't know how long it's going to be before they can get back into a grocery store. Once the hurricane begins, and we see all the trees and the wind and we hear the rain, we stay inside. We stay inside till the all clear. It's not in the middle of the hurricane, and even though we're not going to be fooled by the eye sometimes when it passes over, you don't leave your house in the middle of the hurricane to go out and assess your driveway, assess your roof, go and see what's going on in the neighborhood, take a drive down to where your business is and see what the impact is going to be. We don't do that because the hurricane's not over yet. And this COVID hurricane is still going. 22 million Americans have gone on the breadline. Over 1 million people have been affected, and hundreds of thousands of people have died. And sadly, there's still no vaccine for COVID. And we're still seeing the devastation. And sadly for us in St. Lucia, many persons who we do know in the diaspora have felt. I believe the last count is 15 or 16 St. Lucians in our diaspora have died that we know of. So we're in the midst of a hurricane. It's still doing untold damage. And the difference with this hurricane is it's very difficult because when we go outside of a house, we're accustomed to seeing trees broken and bridges being damaged and flood being done. But when we walk out of our house, it seems to be fine. This hurricane is destroying the global economy. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I saw very amusingly some persons playing one of my favorite songs, Gypsy song, Captain, the Ship is Sinking. And I'm sure they were attempts to be able to make the analogy and say it's SS St. Lucia. But I'll remind us, it's not SS St. Lucia, it's SS World. The ship is sinking for the world. That is what is extraordinary about what is taking place. So the government does not want to make any irresponsible decisions, and therefore you cannot make any short-term or long-term decisions while you're still in the crisis. That'll be the worst thing to do. So the 18% or the 10%, Mr. Speaker, is an estimate. Nobody knows. It can be better. It can be worse. Yesterday, Virgin Australia was the first fatality. And there are beliefs that there are going to be many more. I mean, I know when 9/11 and the airline industry did not fly for 2 weeks. And in 2002, the airline industry lost more money in that 1 year, Mr. Speaker, than the airline industry made for its entire history. And that's with 2 weeks. We're at 6 weeks and counting. Airbus has cut back its capacity by over 50% in production. Boeing has cut back its capacity. The travel numbers in America today are down 98%. And Mr. Speaker, probably one of the most extraordinary things took place yesterday. I didn't even know it was possible. I'm sure many of us in this room didn't think it was possible. That there would be a negative oil rate. The price of oil dropped at one point to minus $40. Sorry? Correct. So, amazing that it dropped to that level. And how did that happen? What's the logic behind it? Was that the oversupply of oil, there is not enough space in the world to be able to store it. And they're now storing oil on ships. And the demurrage on the ship, the value of the demurrage is now greater than the value of the oil that it's carrying. But who would have ever imagined that that's where we would have gotten to? So, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of a storm, you come to expect anything. The Christmas trough, Thomas, that started off as a storm, and before we knew it, it was a hurricane and stayed over us for 48 hours. The hurricane that just hit the Bahamas. What happened to Dominica with Irma? These are things that we're more commonplace with. But this is an economic hurricane that's a freak of nature, and it's causing havoc. And so what we're attempting to do is to bunker down. And one of the things that government must conserve is cash. Because the $240 million, if you divide it, Mr. Speaker, by 6 for 6 months, is $40 million a month of incremental revenue to add on to whether it's your 25. And when you have wages of 43 million, plus you have your statutory bodies, another 3 or 4 million, plus you have debt financing of 20 million, and then you have your bonds and you're not sure whether people are going to turn over the bonds or not. These are the things, the realities that we have to be able to face. These are some of the things that we continuously talked about, was the level of debt to the recurrent expenditure, the level of salaries to the size of our recurrent expenditure. So we, for years, have been at 75% of our recurrent expenditure is just those two items. And so we have a difficult task ahead. And one of the things that we know that we must avoid is falling into default. Because falling into default, Mr. Speaker, now causes a different set of crises that we certainly don't want to confront. And we are going to be very responsible, the same way that we were responsible about COVID. We're going to be equally responsible about making sure that we could make the decisions that maybe not everybody appreciates them, similarly when we made the decisions about COVID. Certainly when we made decisions about a lot of things. But the fact is that for the most part, they have panned out. And what we need to do at this point is to conserve cash. And I don't want to scare anybody, but I really want to thank the Banking Association for what they've done, and in terms of extending a moratorium for 6 months. Huge, Mr. Speaker. But we also must recognize that we owe it to them to get the economy going, because they're carrying a tremendous cost. When we talk about LUSLEC losing the hotels and the manufacturers, and that their revenue is down almost 40% or more, and also now giving concessions, there becomes a point where LUSEC is going to need help. WASCO can't cut the revenue to the extent that you have. No cruise ships buying water at $20, $30 for is it 100 gallons? 1,000 gallons? Your hotels are not buying. Now, when those entities need cash, who are they going to come to? They're going to come to the government. And it's an obligation of the government, Mr. Speaker, to be in a position to be able to help them. How is it we're not going to have electricity? People go out without water for a couple of days now, and it's like it's the end of the world. So imagine if WASCO, God forbid, and we'll do everything to make sure that that doesn't happen, doesn't have enough money. So we're all understanding that this has now been going on for almost, in some countries, for 3 months. And that's why, my very, very good friend, and she's an amazing woman from New Zealand, and I got to meet her during the Commonwealth Secretariat meetings that we had in London. And she's done an amazing job. But I want to remind everyone that she has had a head start. COVID got to New Zealand from early. And she is the most compassionate, amazing leader that I've met. Incredible. And many of the things that she has done. And I'm not scared to say, we've copied Grenada and Jamaica. Anybody who's doing something that's working, we will do it. Because it's not about an A for originality. You know what it's about A? It's about an A for success. It's about an A for saving lives. That's what the A is for. Who you get the idea from doesn't matter. And we know that many ideas may not work, but if there's an idea that can work, our government will adopt it, embrace it, and execute it, if it's going to save lives, if it's going to make a difference in how we run this country. Okay? So that is where it is. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we have a very clear plan on how we're going to continue to work with COVID, and this emergency authority is necessary to be able to continue that and execute that. That we will now start looking to open up this economy in a manner where we can coexist with COVID, and that we are now going to take head on the issues that we're confronting with the economy. This is not going to be a government that's going to play politics. This is not a government that is going to be scared to make the right decisions. The easy decision is to tell everybody it's going to be okay. Don't worry. But it's not going to be okay. We have some difficult days, and that's why we said from the beginning that everybody needs to start learning how to ration. It's the same way that when you have water in a water tank, Mr. Speaker, and there's a drought, and there's no replenishment of that water in the water tank, you change from a shower to a sponge. These are the things that we have to go back to for now, until we are getting the all clear. Until we are given the all clear We cannot execute a plan. And the worst mistake would be is to try to cross the bridge before we get there. We need to understand the depth of this economic fallout, how quickly tourism might come back, how much impact the construction sector is going to have on our economy, and what is the new global economic order going to look like, because I am convinced, particularly for the SIDS, that there's going to have to be a meeting to discuss what this new world economic order is going to look like. So again, I want to thank members on both sides for their patience, and I want to hope that we can get everyone's support on the continuation of this emergency authority for another 30 days. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament extends for an additional period commencing from the 27th day of April 2020 and ending on the 41st day of May 2020, in accordance with Section 17(6) of the Constitution of St. Lucia, Cap 1.01, the Constitution of St. Lucia Resolution of Parliament approving declaration of state of emergency passed as statutory instrument number 40 of 2020, that approved the state of emergency that was published in the Gazette on the 23rd day of March 2020 as instrument number 49 of 2020, containing a declaration that the public emergency has arisen as a result of the occurrence of COVID-19 nCoV, an infectious disease commonly known as COVID-19, for a further period of 26 days commencing from the 31st day of March 2020 and ending on the 26th day of April 2020. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled National Insurance Corporation Amendment.
National Insurance Corporation Amendments.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order number 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 Social Stabilization Plan, it was proposed that the National Insurance Corporation would provide financial assistance to persons who have lost their jobs as a result of COVID-19, and particularly those who had been making an NIC contribution. The purpose of the bill is to amend the National Insurance Act, which is Cap 1601, to allow the corporation to establish an economic relief program where 30% or more of insured persons have suffered economic loss as a result of a pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. So it must be at least 30% loss of jobs, as well as it must be established by the WHO. The bill amends the provision of the Act, which provides for the interpretation of the Act to include a new definition for the term economic relief program, as this is a new term used in the amendments being made in the Act. The bill amends the Act where the National Insurance Fund is established to allow payments to be made from the fund to give assistance under an economic relief program. A new part is introduced to the Act to provide for an economic relief program. This new part enables the board of the corporation to establish an economic relief program where 30% or more of the insured persons have suffered a loss of income as a result of the pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. Consequently, with the amendments to the Act, the minister responsible for the National Insurance Corporation may, make regulations to prescribe the conditions under which a person is entitled to receive payments under an economic relief program, the form and manner in which a claim can be made for economic relief, the payment of monies under an economic relief program, the grounds for ceasing payments, and any other matter relating to an economic relief program, and these regulations will be made immediately upon the publication of the bill. Finally, the bill amends the Act to criminalize the actions of persons who make false statements and representations, or who furnish false documents in order to access the payment under an economic relief program for his benefit, his or her benefit, or for the benefit of another person. So, Mr. Speaker, I was very grateful to the board of NIC, which is chaired by Isaac Anthony, former Director of Finance, who came up with this idea of being able to assist the thousands of people who have lost their jobs, who are making an NIC contribution. As we know, the NIC, as it is structured today, Mr. Speaker, is really meant to be a pension fund agency, and it also provides wage insurance for those persons who are on sick leave. Those are the two things basically the NIC does. We have been in discussions, Mr. Speaker, about broadening the scope of the NIC to also include healthcare insurance. And I think that one of the things, like exists in Barbados, is the discussion of creating now an employment insurance program, so that when disasters like this happen, that persons know that they can't just be let go and 2 weeks later that they have no income coming, and to provide the workers with that level of protection. Now, in no ways are the monies that are going to be made available through this program going to fully replace a person's salary. And so two parameters have been established for the fund. One parameter is that nobody will get less than $500, and nobody will get more than $1,500. And the numbers in between will be decided by how much money you were earning. So obviously, the larger amount of money that you were earning, the larger your contributions would be. You would probably be closer to $1,500. And this is going to be for a 3-month period of time. We have been assured by the board, and based on an actuarial report that was done and made to Cabinet, I want to believe it was like 4 months ago, that this initiative is not in any way going to undermine the viability of NIC. Clearly, the actuarial report showed when the NIC fund would come to an end, if there's no amendments. And I know that both political parties, while they were in government, have reviewed from time to time those amendments. And there are some basic amendments that people have looked at from time to time, whether over a period of time you're going to increase the contribution, which is currently at 5%, 5 and 5, or whether you're going to increase the age of retirement, or whether it's going to be a combination of those two things. But those two things have really been on the table for a very long time, and I want to say that that's not is what we're here to discuss. And even in the absence of putting those measures in place, what we're currently going to be doing here and the amount of funds that are going to be made available to this program are in no way going to undermine or threaten the viability of the NIC as we know it. The amount of money that we're thinking that's going to be ultimately spent is going to be dependent on how many people qualify. So a person would have had to have lost their job, and it would have to be related to the pandemic. So you couldn't have lost your job before February and be able to apply. And as I said, you're going to be restricting it to between $500 and $1,500. And depending on what percentage of the persons that are making NIC contributions are going to apply, the number is going to be somewhere between $33 million and $80 million, approximately, as to what the fund would have to put in. And initially, the amount of time that they're going to pay this, I call it subsistence allowance, is going to be around 3 months. But they're certainly prepared to extend it by another 3 months, depending on how deep the recession is and how much more we have to be able to go. So I think that this is a great initiative. It does a couple of things, Mr. Speaker. One, it does not add to the government's debt, but makes a cash injection of anywhere between $33 and $80 million, depending on the number of persons that take up the opportunity. And it's going to help people through a very difficult time, Mr. Speaker. A difficult time where, sadly, persons' income came to a grinding halt. And if it were not for the support of some of the hoteliers who've continued to pay some of the salaries, and for the initiatives that we were able to negotiate with the local banks and some of the utility companies, persons would be in a bad way. I mean, the moratorium that the banks have provided, particularly to those persons who lost their job in the tourism industry and some of the supporting industries, allow them to know they weren't going to lose their home, they're not going to lose their car, and they're not going to be lose their credit card rating over the next couple of months. I think that that's a first step, but certainly it's not a sufficient step. So the next one is to make sure that they have enough resources starting in May. We hope to be able to make the payout in early May, to allow people to afford to buy groceries and to be able to maintain their families. And all of us are learning in the next couple of months, it's about subsistence. You know, the economy is not open, really, so persons aren't really rushing out to buy land or buy cars. The transaction really is limited to being to buy groceries right now. That's what the reality is. And being each other's brother's keeper is to find a way to be able to help them. The government is also converting a $20 million US loan that was earmarked for feeder roads from the Taiwanese government. And we've gotten approval from the cabinet already in Taiwan, so we're just hoping to be able to fast-track a negotiation with the Exim Bank. I think members on the other side would be familiar with that process. It's not always quick, but we're hoping to try to get it expedited as quickly as possible. And to allow 20 million EC dollars to be added to the monies. And that is EC. The loan is 20 million US. 20 million EC of it is going to go into the to NIC. And the monies that are going to go into NIC in that regard are to be able to help persons from the informal sector. So taxi drivers, vendors, preschool teachers, worksmen. Once persons, the artists that were performing, once a person can show that they had a contract, they were earning money, or they're a member of an association, or they have a PEG, they have something, so I have a vendor's license, something. And even some of our farmers who've been affected, and our fishermen that are members of associations, all those things matter. So you have to be able to prove that you were earning an income and that the monies now will be given to them, $500 a month. Now I want to say that the monies from NIC and also the monies that from the government are grant monies. These are not monies that you're expected to personally pay back at this point. So collectively together, we're going to be able to help, we think, somewhere between 10 and 20,000 people, depending on how many people end up qualifying to be able to get access to these funds. So, Mr. Speaker, we've also tried to ring fence this approval. So this is not something that governments can come in and just change the conditions of how the fund can be done. And that certainly would be until a time comes where NIC is broadened or a new agency is established to create an employment insurance fund. But I think it's time that we start looking at that over the quickest time possible. But certainly, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the government has been looking at a healthcare insurance, and despite the crisis that we've had, that plans are continuing to be able to introduce a national healthcare insurance initiative, and that's certainly something that we're going to have to look at in our recovery, but we are absolutely committed to proceeding with that very, very important initiative. So I want to thank the NIC board and also the executive of the NIC for coming up with this initiative. I tell you, it was an incredible night when they called me up and we knew that we could get these kinds of resources made available. And so we're coming to Parliament to make the necessary amendments to the NIC Act to allow the NIC to proceed at this time, Mr. Speaker, to be able to help the people who have been contributing for so long to the NIC in this very, very difficult time. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the National Insurance Corporation Amendment Bill be read a second time. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I start by saying that any relief that is given to the people of St. Lucia, I will support and our party will support. Even in good times, we will support these initiatives. And the Prime Minister went into the history, went into a little bit of history, economic history. I will not go down that path this afternoon. There'll be a lot of time to go down that path. But the only good thing about economics is the figures never lie. That's a good thing. And when the time comes, and we have to measure the level of deficits, the deficits on the current accounts, the deficit on the primary accounts, the overall deficit, the debt to GDP ratio, we will see, and we'll have a very interesting debate. A debate that I hope is laced with fact and not a fiction. So I'll wait that day when we can have that debate. So I will not go down that route today because, Mr. Speaker, my policeman father always told me that patience is a virtue. And my deceased mother, very strong Roman Catholic, used to say, the Lord works in mysterious ways. His wonders never cease. So we'll have a chance and opportunity to have a debate on all these issues. But let me start by saying that we support any initiative to assist the people of St. Lucia. Talking about assistance, I want to remind the Prime Minister that the last NIC report was tabled in this Honorable House was the 2017 report. So there may be a 2018 and a 2019. It may be an oversight, but I hope that this Honorable House has the opportunity to look at these two reports. Because, Mr. Speaker, the business of the NIC is extremely important. That is why the board of the NIC is so composed. Because the NIC, Mr. Speaker, deals with pensions of people who have worked and who have saved their money and they need it in the future. So the NIC is not an institution that we must play with. And that is why we were so vocal in our discussions when NIC funds were being used. Because as we speak, Mr. Speaker, as of June 2017, the governor of St. Lucia is indebted to the NIC for $138 million. as at June 17, the government of St. Lucia is indebted to the NIC for $138 million. Now, out of that $138 million, 65% of that money is past due but not impaired. What that means is in the statements, that money was flagged, but not impaired means that an allowance for that was not created as a doubtful debt, but it was flagged that 65% of the $138 million due by the government to the NIC, 65% of it should be a little closer look taken for that 65%. No, loans. Loans, in fact, I'm glad you reminded me. Loans to government represents the largest percentage of the portfolio of receivables by the NIC, followed by loans to subsidiaries. The largest percent of the portfolio, the largest percent of the receivables is due by government and its subsidiaries. And now, we're going to add probably another 40 million. Something that, let it be known, we are not saying that people do not need that relief. We're not saying that. But we just raising the point that may bring the amount due by government to the NIC to nearly $200 million if the government intends to pay it back. We have not been told. It's grant money? Right? Well, if it's grant money, relax. You're too excited. If it's grant money, it makes it even worse. So the amount is an expense. If it's grant money, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, that means it's an expense. So that means it comes off the profit and loss. If it's grant money. So that's why we must flag it even more. Not that we're against it, but we must say it. If it's grant money. Because there are some very interesting figures. And Mr. Speaker, we need to speak about the NIC. Because the NIC is a serious institution. We need to speak about it. And I don't see the reason for the impatience when we are speaking about the NIC. We have to speak about it, Mr. Speaker. Because we talk about young people. The NIC is about the young people of St. Lucia. The actual report says in 2050, the NIC may be insolvent if changes are not done. So it's important that we speak about it. And if you're talking about the spirit of cooperation and goodwill, why you want to shut me down because I'm raising the facts about the NIC? These are facts. I'm not saying anything that's out of the order. I'm not opposing the fact that you must lend, that you must assist people. I'm not doing that. So, Mr. Speaker, there are 55,000 people. There are 55,000 people who are actively insured in the NIC. 55,000 people. That's 55,000 people. Civil servants, policemen, 10,843. So there are 45,000 people left who the NIC will have to support. Say it again. There are 55,000 people who are actively insured for the year between 2012 and 2017. 55,000. 10,000 of them for the year 2016-2017 are public servants, policemen, nurses, etc. So there are 45,000 people left who will be in need of some level of support, roughly. Mr. Speaker, so we have to find a way, Mr. Speaker, to assist out of these 45,000 people. We have to find a way to assist those who will not be employed or those who are not employed because of COVID. And if you have to follow the thinking of the Prime Minister, it means that most of these people will not be employed because of COVID and the collapse in the economy because of COVID. So it's important that we look at these issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, this act increases the benefits that the NIC can give to its contributors. And that benefit is called the Economic Relief Program. But in clause 5, Mr. Speaker, the minister is given the power to make regulations for all matters required or permitted to be prescribed under this new part, and generally for any other matter relating to an economic relief program. Again, Mr. Speaker, these are extraordinary powers, and we do not have the regulations. I want to make the point again that this is almost a leap of faith, because we don't have the regulations, and I know it will be said, when you all were there, you all never brought regulations. But these are extraordinary times, and we need to take extraordinary measures, because the regulations that will govern that, because before the board of the NIC usually made these changes, these pronouncements, and these activities. But now the power has been given to the minister. Again, because of the sensitivity and the importance of the NIC, we are flagging that just as an issue to be raised to understand the tremendous power again in the hands of the minister as far as that's concerned, as is read, as is read in clause 5 of the bill. Mr. Speaker, we are asking in section 65A of the bill, Mr. Speaker, we believe section 65A that there should be a sort of time frame, because it says 40% of the insured persons have suffered a loss of income as a result of a pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. But we believe, Mr. Speaker, that should be a little tighter, and probably when we're looking at it in committee stage, we can probably make a suggestion to the Prime Minister about tightening up that process. You see, Mr. Speaker, we must sometimes protect politicians against themselves. And when you have things like people's pension funds, you must not only ring fence it, but you must tighten it. And you must make it almost impossible for politicians to be able to interfere with it at the whims and fancies. The economic relief package is necessary, but you still cannot go as if we can just do it. It's very important, Mr. Speaker. It's very important that the NIC is guarded jealously. And we've said so several times. Guarding the NIC jealously is what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. We have to guard it jealously. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the final analysis, there are serious decisions that have to be taken as far as the NIC is concerned. Very serious decisions. And these decisions will not impact only on us, but impact on our children and our grandchildren. That is why we have to ensure that all the rules as stipulated by the NIC Act. All these rules must be obeyed. The financial statements must be laid on the table, must be laid in Parliament. The reports from the actuary must be in Parliament. And the board of the NIC must be as near as possible to autonomous. They must be able to make their own decisions based on their own deliberate judgment, Mr. Speaker. And that is why anytime the opposition believes that there is any time the NIC seems not to be going down that path of independence, we are going to raise the red flag. That's our duty to the contributors of the NIC. It is our duty. We know about trust, but for there to be trust, you must give me evidence for me to trust. We cannot trust the pension funds or the future of the people of St. Lucia only on trust. We need evidence, we need documents, and we need proof. So as the party will not oppose relief to the workers of St. Lucia, will never oppose it, we are saying that based on the fantastic economic management of this government, based on the fact that this government has, according to their own reports, have taken this country from the abyss of destruction, and because of fine financial management, they have taken it where it is today. And it took COVID 3 weeks to destroy it. 3 weeks. Only 3 weeks destroyed this fantastic management of the economy. I'm saying to the government, be careful, follow the rules of the NIC, so that we can be sure, and the young people of this country can be sure, that the pension funds are being protected and not used in any way that will not benefit them in the future. So, with these brief remarks, I want to say that the opposition supports relief to the unemployed people of this country. We support it. But we want to, again, to put in a word of caution that you cannot be reckless with the funds of the National Insurance Corporation, because these funds belong to, not to us, but to our children and to our grandchildren. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ancillary Cameras.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my unwavering support to the amendments made, or the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand as Minister of Tourism, and also, more importantly, as an MP, representing the people of Ancillary Canneries, Mr. Speaker, the untold damage that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused around the world and has caused to their own economic circumstances. Mr. Speaker, very hard-working members of my constituency are now without income. And Mr. Speaker, as they would have traveled from various parts of the constituency to seek employment and to tend to their families, Mr. Speaker, going for jobs and working hard, various shifts, to pay the bills and to look after their families. In a very quick space of time, we see total devastation. And so, Mr. Speaker, my heart today goes out to the thousands of St. Lucians who have lost their jobs in the hospitality sector. Mr. Speaker, it's a rather difficult time. And so I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill because I know what it means to many people who at this time who are finding it very, very hard just to survive. And so, Mr. Speaker, while there are many efforts afoot by lending institutions to make deferred payments of loans and other commitments that people may have, and whilst some of the utility companies have signaled that they will do the same, Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't go far enough to replace that monthly income that a lot of people require to take care of themselves. And so what this does, Mr. Speaker, it, for the first time in history, it does now expand the scope of the NIC and to give it, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to bring much needed relief to our citizenry. And so while I hear, Mr. Speaker, the comments about the need to preserve the NIC funds, I couldn't argue with that. That is a valid point because the NIC is indeed intended for pensions. But we must also remember, Mr. Speaker, that this money that we're talking about are the contributors' money. And if the contributors of NIC have landed on hard times, then I believe we have an obligation in this Parliament to make sure that they first survive and to make sure at the same time that they have a pension. So, Mr. Speaker, first I think we need to think of their survival, and I think we need to ensure that we bring about that sustenance that is required. Mr. Speaker, this economic relief program, as outlined in the bill, it is said, Mr. Speaker, will cost about $33 million. And Mr. Speaker, when one takes into account that the NIC in total assets is over $2 billion, we see, Mr. Speaker, that the fraction here is quite small. So, Mr. Speaker, if we do this program for 3 months, what is being suggested, it could cost $33 million. If we do it over a 6-month period, it could go up to $80 million total. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we have to be very thankful to our forefathers is for having the foresight to first establish the NIC and build it up gradually. And we have to be thankful, Mr. Speaker, to all of the workers over the years who have put monies into this fund to ensure that the viability of the fund continues to grow. Mr. Speaker, it was said here today that the NIC is indebted to, the government rather, is indebted to NIC, and I think it was quoted at about 138 million. But Mr. Speaker, we may see a loan in this context as an investment. Pension funds, NIC funds, national insurance schemes, that's what they do. They lend monies. They make very safe investments. They invest in government bonds so that, Mr. Speaker, they can bring about an interest. Mr. Speaker, if one look and quantify the annual inflation rates, just think of $1. And if you keep that dollar, Mr. Speaker, under your mattress for some reason, and you didn't invest that dollar, in 20 years' time, Mr. Speaker, that dollar would have lost a significant portion of its value when you do quantify the rates of inflation on an annual basis that happens. Now, what NIC funds do is that they invest these funds so that you can have some interest, you can grow the quantum of the fund so that you sustain the fund. So this is really rudimentary and immaterial because it happens all over the world with every pension funds. Mr. Speaker, I recall my previous pension fund in private employ where the managers of the fund would come and disclose to you all of the investments they've made all over the world in stocks, in performing companies that are doing well, in oil companies, in financial institutions all over the world, so that, Mr. Speaker, you can profit from the viability of the fund. And so that's very critical to ensure that a loan is not seen as overexposure, but it is also seen, Mr. Speaker, as an attempt by the investment committee of the NIC or NIC corporations around the world to grow the fund and to sustain the fund so that people can have a decent pension. That is always the intent, Mr. Speaker, and that is done responsibly because there is a ratio that investment committees follow to make sure that the investment is made at a certain proportion of the assets of a national insurance scheme. And so that's pretty standard and basic. Mr. Speaker, I think also that we must not underestimate the opportunity that exists for non-registered persons, Mr. Speaker, to now see how this could benefit them, and to also, Mr. Speaker, be inspired by this move to get registered. So a lot of people in the non-formal economic sector, I think of a lot of vendors in my own constituency, fishermen. I am not sure that every taxi driver in the tourism sector are actually NIC contributors. But Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity, and we should use this opportunity as a clarion call to say to them, get registered, become part of the initiative, so that what we can do is ensure that all of our workers, those that are in the formal employment sector and those that are in the non-formal sector, that they are covered, that when they get to that pensionable age and they are unable to work, that we have a framework where we can look after them. Mr. Speaker, think of housekeepers in houses. Think of pool men and gardeners that are doing landscaping at private homes, Mr. Speaker. We must see this as an opportunity to let them know that they too can go and get registered. Mr. Speaker, the point was made today, erroneously by the leader of the opposition, that the NIC, while it has some 55,000 members, it would have to somehow support everyone else in the economy, or all of the people registered, apart from the civil servants, which makes up about 10,000 individuals. So it was said that the NIC would have to support 45,000 individuals. That is not so. Mr. Speaker, private institutions also contribute to NIC. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we see people who are still employed in the banks, people who are still employed in the retail sector, people who are still working in a number of other businesses, Mr. Speaker, those jobs remain intact. What we have seen, Mr. Speaker, and what we do know, is that there is a significant devastation in the jobs in the hospitality sector. The sector that, Mr. Speaker, that has perhaps lost the most jobs is in hospitality. So I just want to clarify that the number would be nowhere near 45,000 individuals as suggested by the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if that was an error on his part or whether it was deliberate. But, Mr. Speaker, that has to be clarified and be cleared up. That is far from the truth, and that should not have been said here, Mr. Speaker, because we've seen a lot of those jobs are intact. And what we have to make sure is that as we go through this COVID-19 response, is that we have to now think of how do we rebuild our economy? How do we bring back jobs? How do we put the people back to work? How do we ensure that we can sustain the NIC by balancing the public health requirements with a very strong economic recovery program? That is the point. And so now, Mr. Speaker, we must now, as we do well with our public health response to COVID, we must now build a strong strategy to ensure that the economic recovery is good. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we've been doing is ensuring that we strike that balance so that we can begin to put those sectors that do not pose a threat to the public health response, that those individuals, Mr. Speaker, are going to go back to gainful employment, and then, Mr. Speaker, does reduce the amount of funds that an NIC would have to dish out, for example, under such a program. The other point is this, Mr. Speaker, through you. The hotel community and a number of other businesses that are closed have treated this as in different ways. So some hotels, Mr. Speaker, some of the large ones that we know, have kept a considerable amount of their staff on board, and they're still paying a fraction of the payroll. Some hotels have decided, Mr. Speaker, that they're going to send their employees on temporary vacation. Some companies, Mr. Speaker, have decided to give pay cuts. So, Mr. Speaker, once you are still employed fractionally, I think that the Prime Minister has made it clear that you do not qualify. And certainly everything that has been said here in the bill points to the fact that you must be unemployed before you can qualify. So thus reducing, again, the amount of employees that can actually benefit from this initiative. So I just want to clear that up, Mr. Speaker, through you, for the benefit of the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it was said here today, rather mockingly, that the economic performance boasted about by this government has disappeared in 3 weeks. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that happened. And you know why it happened, Mr. Speaker? It's because of the devastating effect that COVID-19 has brought about. And so if anyone in this chamber is still not aware of what's taking place to global economies, economies that are bigger than the size of St. Lucia, then, Mr. Speaker, I worry about the level of contribution and discussion that is taking place in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, just imagine in the year 2007, 2008, where economists prescribed it as the worst crisis to have hit the world since the 1930s Great Depression, that the maximum number of jobs to have left the economy, measured by the unemployment claims by American workers, was 750,000 in any given week. Mr. Speaker, with COVID-19, the record for unemployed benefit claims in 1 week was 6.2 million. And so, Mr. Speaker, we see the contrast. We see the shutting down of the entire world economy. Now, if China cannot resist the economic downturn that was created, here they are being the fastest growing economy of the world, and still couldn't, Mr. Speaker, resist or to stave off the significant economic destruction that was caused by COVID-19. And the US, Mr. Speaker, the largest economy in the world, Mr. Speaker, right, couldn't stave it off. How could St. Lucia, that is so linked to the US economy, how can we stave it off? How can we, Mr. Speaker, live in a bubble to different from what's happening in the economic reality of our main tourism market? How can we, Mr. Speaker, with our second largest tourism market, fifth largest economy in the world, the United Kingdom, experiencing such economic downturn? We see big legacy companies that we know about are now asking the governments of those countries for bailouts. I mean, Virgin Atlantic is one that comes to mind, where we see that if the government doesn't bail it out, its chairman is claiming that there will be a complete destruction of Virgin Atlantic. By the way, Mr. Speaker, you would remember in an earlier debate that there was a lot that had to be said about Virgin Atlantic and our decision not to invest money into Virgin Atlantic at the time. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we did see are some of these trying times. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have now, Mr. Speaker, is a total destruction of the world economy. is a total annihilation of the circumstances. Millions of jobs are being lost. So, Mr. Speaker, these are extraordinary times. And in these times, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do with this bill is to make sure that we bring economic viability and we give people some sustenance, Mr. Speaker, as they try to live through and endure the pain that will come from COVID-19. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on the record that I do appreciate the point that it must be done responsibly, and I believe that everything that's being presented here in this bill suggests that from a financial and legal point of view, this is done properly in the best interest of the employees. Mr. Speaker, again, in closing, I want to, on behalf of the people of ancillary canneries, those that have lost their jobs, those that are not getting an income because of COVID-19, I want to support the fact that they can now go to the National Insurance Scheme and apply and possibly qualify for this economic relief program that we're putting in place. Mr. Speaker, I believe in times of crisis, the people's money should go to the assistance of the people. I thank you.
Member for Vieux South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to incur your wrath this afternoon, and for that reason, I will stay away from responding to the summation by the member for Miku South on his interpretation of the state of the economy and his assessment of why we are where we are today. You know, Mr. Speaker, I hope sometime that you will be kind enough to issue guidelines as to what a summation in a budget, in a debate should be. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, I thought we were debating earlier the state of emergency, and then for the better part of the contribution of the member for Miku South, when members of the opposition were not allowed to touch issues of the economy, then he is given the right to reply to issues that have not been raised by the opposition. Be that as it may, I leave it to you in your wisdom to issue the guidelines as to what a summation in a debate should be. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition has already stated the position of the opposition that it supports the payment of support, financial support and assistance to contributors to the NIC who now find themselves in the very difficult position of being unemployed. That is the formal position already communicated by the leader of the opposition. But you know, Mr. Speaker, there will be a life after COVID-19. Meaning that when it's all over, that the future generations of the National Insurance Company will have to be assured, be comforted, that their National Insurance Corporation is able to take care of them in their moments when, of course, they are in the dying days of their retirement. So, whatever we do in this House today, Mr. Speaker, we have to bear in mind that ultimately we have to think hard and very carefully about the viability of the National Insurance Corporation, and that its integrity, Mr. Speaker, I think remains intact. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was rather disappointing that we did not have the benefits of figures today to justify the actions of the board, because
member for Migo South made it absolutely clear that it was not a request he made to the National Insurance Corporation. He said he received a telephone call and that the chairman of the board advised him that these sums were available and he could utilize it. The only substantive information he gave was that this initiative is likely to cost between 33 and 80 million, and not $33 million in 3 months, as contended by the member for ancillary canneries. He said specifically it will cost between 33 and 80 million dollars. Now that is an incredible spread to suggest that this is going to cost that. But I accept that there will be zones of uncertainty in this matter because we don't know quite correctly, as was said, how many persons are going to apply for assistance and how many persons in the end will get such assistance. So, Mr. Speaker, it is worrisome that there is so much uncertainty regarding what we are dealing with for such a sensitive organization, such a sensitive entity. And I believe that all of us would have been helped considerably if more realistic figures were given about the information, the expenditure, the number of persons likely to benefit, etc. And I'm very surprised that the National Insurance Corporation, if it is the author of this initiative, does not, of course, make sure that this information is made available to members of the House. The government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, finds itself in a very important and unique position when it comes to the National Insurance Corporation. The government is really a trustee of the savings of the workers and employees of this country, a legislative trustee. Meaning that when you examine the existing National Insurance Corporation Act, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that every effort was made in that existing act to protect the National Insurance Corporation from the government of St. Lucia. There are few points at which the government could interfere with the National Insurance Corporation. And this was done during the tenure of the government that I had the honor to lead, and at the time when the director was Ms. Emma Hippolyte, a former member of this parliament and a former director of the National Insurance Corporation. So that, Mr. Speaker, the objective has always been to protect the National Insurance Corporation from politicians and from the government itself, and to allow the government to be nothing else but a legislative trustee of the integrity of the National Insurance Corporation. Now, this corporation admittedly has done some very bizarre things of late, but I shall come to that in a few minutes. I agree, Mr. Speaker, with the Leader of the Opposition that if we had the latest financial report as well as the actuarial report with us to consider this, it would have made life easier and it would have been helpful. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Section 22 requires that these audits be presented within 3 months of the end of the financial year. The director is required to submit to the board a report of in respect of the following financial year. This then, of course, has to go to Parliament, and Section 23 says the board to submit national financial statement for laying before the House. The board shall submit to the minister not later than 3 months after its receipt a copy of the accounts and reports under Section 22, together with a report by the chairperson of the activities of the corporation for the same period, and the minister shall, within 3 months of its receipt, lay the same before the House of Assembly. It is my understanding that these reports have been prepared, they are ready, they were submitted to the Cabinet Office in the usual way, and so are in the possession of the government. All I'm saying is, and of course, this could be refuted, all I'm saying is that if these reports are in fact available to build a trust and confidence that is so vitally needed, those reports should have been laid in the House, and I would of course hope that once they are available, they are laid in the House as soon as possible. Because I am at the edge of incredulity, at the edge, Mr. Speaker. Because a member from Miku South says that he was advised by the board that the actuarial report, so he's conceding that it exists, made 4 months ago, well before the COVID crisis, does suggest that the use of this $33 to $80 million would not in any way impair the financial fundamentals of the National Insurance Corporation. Obviously, the actuarial report could not have anticipated such a massive expenditure, such a big hole in the finances of the National Insurance Corporation. It could not. But I understand the member for Miku South and the Minister of Finance to be saying that when you look at the economic fundamentals of the actuarial report, then the assessment is that if you're going to make a payment of $33 to $80 million, it is not going to impair the financial viability of the NIC. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, all of us would want to see that, to be satisfied that this is the case. And the Leader of the Opposition put it right, because there were already signals in the previous actuarial report that adjustments will have to be made to the National Insurance Corporation, particularly because its very viability will come into question, I think, in the year 2050. So, Mr. Speaker, this is really a very, very crucial issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, I raise the question about jealously protecting the National Insurance Corporation and keeping the government as far away as possible from the National Insurance Corporation. And it is for good reason, Mr. Speaker, for very good reason, because it is always a tempting cash cow. And that is why we have had to resort to the kind of mechanisms that we have adopted in the past. Mr. Speaker, that is why I can understand the concerns raised about the proposed Clause 5 amending or introducing a new Section 65G. It says, the Minister may make regulations for all matters required or permitted to be prescribed under this part relating to an economic relief program. And I am not for one moment raising any issue of abuse of powers at this stage. I'm not, Mr. Speaker. But that's what it says. Yet, of course, if you look at Section Clause 5, introducing a new Part 5, it says, subject to this act, the board may establish an economic relief program. So we have the logical inconsistency that it is for the board to establish an economic relief program, yet it is for the Minister of Finance under 65G to make regulations for all matters required or permitted to be prescribed under this part. There you have the kind of collision that I'm referring to. Destroying the philosophical underpinnings of the National Insurance Board. The proper authority to make the regulations ought to be the board, not the minister. But I concede, on the other hand, that the board should not necessarily be allowed to use a legislative power on its own, and either one or two models could be utilized. The first model could be the minister may on the recommendation of the board, so it is the board that makes the recommendation. Alternatively, the board may make regulations subject to the approval of the minister. And in that way, you keep the integrity of the National Insurance Corporation intact. Why are we interfering with the symmetry of the National Insurance Corporation? tempting as it is to respond to you, the man from Lilliput, but this is not the right time for you. Not the right time for you. This is not the right time for you. Now, Mr. Speaker, leave the Lilliputian alone. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second technical point that I just want to make, and this is minor, but of course this could be helped, the drafting could be helped considerably. We look at clause 65, the newer section 65C, and again on the clause 5. Without prejudice to section 65B, an insured person shall satisfy the director that he or she is under the pensionable age on the date that he or she makes the claim under section 65D. That's fine. He or she is engaged in insurable employment on the prescribed date. That's fine. C and D. He or she has paid not less than the prescribed contributions. And D, he or she has paid contributions for the prescribed contribution period. Now, this doesn't grasp the partnership that exists with NIC. The contributions are paid both by the employee as well as the employer. And contributions are not solely made by the employee, the person who was employed, who has lost the opportunity for gainful employment. It's a joint process. And perhaps what we should be saying simply is that without prejudice to section 65B, an insured person shall satisfy the director that the prescribed contributions have been paid. And the prescribed contributions would obviously come from both the employee as well as the employer. So it's a matter of ensuring the broad thrust of the amendment, and at the same time, Mr. Speaker, ensuring some drafting elegance. So, as I said, it could be on the C. Without prejudice to section 65B, an insured person shall satisfy the director that the prescribed contributions have been paid. And on the D, should be on the D, the contributions for the prescribed person has been paid. But of course, I'm aware of the fate that awaits recommendations to amend legislation, even to improve the quality and the elegance of such legislation. So I'm not going to take this anywhere further, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's one final issue that I want to raise. I was astounded to hear, Mr. Speaker, that $33 to $80 million may be used by the National Insurance Corporation to finance this program. And the opposition has already said that they don't have difficulties with this. They understand full well that these are exceptional circumstances and financial help has to be sourced from wherever it could be secured. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the thousands who are unemployed or who are not contributors to the national insurance scheme, that is going to require some delicate maneuvering to provide them with the assistance that they need. But the reality of the situation is that the government of St. Lucia is making use of pension funds intended to pay pensioners at their retirement. That's the reality. And it seems odd that the national insurance scheme would spend $33 to $80 million of pensioners' contribution, and we do not know how that will be replaced. And that is why, again, even your facts and figures now become even more critical. Where is NIC taking this money from? Is NIC taking this money from its accumulated profits, its accumulated savings? Where exactly it is coming from? And how is it that the government can utilize these sums of money for this program, useful and necessary as it is, but yet do not have to pay it back? And how exactly do we justify that? Who really fills up that hole? If it is a gift, a gratuitous gift, then the NIC has an even heavier responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to explain to us how it has achieved that, Mr. Speaker. And I do not know whether the government needs to rethink that approach to say, all right, we're going to accept this largesse of the National Insurance Corporation. Yes, it is for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia, for the workers of St. Lucia. But at the same time, we need to protect the integrity of the institution, and we have to find a mechanism to allow for these funds to be made available to NIC in due course. Mr. Speaker, no one knows where this is going to end. No one. No one knows, Mr. Speaker, what is going to happen in the next 3 months after the first tranche has gone. We are dealing with imponderables. And I believe the opposition sympathizes with the reality of that situation. And today, of course, is obviously not even the day to reflect on the issues that have been raised in the course of the parliamentary year. Today is not a day for that, Mr. Speaker. That is why I'm not going to incur your wrath. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the government of St. Lucia does owe an explanation to future pensioners how this is going to be dealt with in due course. Because to me, it seems most unusual that such a huge chunk of money could be extricated, pulled out of the National Insurance Corporation, albeit for the benefit of St. Lucians, and yet there is no mechanism in terms of how you deal with the hole that it creates, or whether there is a hole at all. I think further explanation, Mr. Speaker, is definitely required. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I hope the National Insurance Corporation itself will be a little more open, more transparent, and ensure that full information is made available to the public of St. Lucia, because, as I said, the government is no more than a legislative trustee for the pension funds of the people of St. Lucia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castro South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a few comments I would like to make, Mr. Speaker. I think the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Castries East, raised a point that we did not have before us the latest NIC reports that would have been tabled in Parliament, which would have given us a sense to read about the state of the NIC. And I think he also made the point that we did not have before us the regulations, and I want to come back to this. And the point was also made that since this was an idea from the chairman or the board of the NIC, who called the Prime Minister, that it might have been useful for us to really understand the thinking, the details, and if the actuary was contacted, what was the advice that was given? Because, like the member from Beaufort South said, this is a very serious matter. And I think the Leader of the Opposition, member for Castries East, stated that we will support any assistance that is given to the people of St. Lucia. But at the end of the day, and clearly articulated by the member from the Fort South, there will be a life after COVID. We cannot assume that this is the end of the world. It may very well be, but we cannot operate on the basis that this is the end of the world. So there will be persons expecting in the years to come that they would want to receive their pension payments. So we've been asked to come here in this honorable house to approve an amendment. We do not have the actuarial report that guides that decision. We do not have the NIC annual statements to guide us. But even more importantly, or equally important, we do not have the regulations. Now, I know regulations do not normally come before the House for approval. But given the critical nature of the decisions we have to make today, not the decision to provide assistance, but the decision as it relates to we acting as legislative trustees, as the member from Beaufort South said, of the NIC. Because a lot of the questions that I have could probably be answered if I saw the regulations. And Mr. Speaker, it would have been so much useful. And I heard the Prime Minister earlier, and I usually listen to him very carefully. He said about decision making and the respect for democracy, and they like it when people ask questions, and they like it when persons raise issues. It ought to have been seen as something which is fundamental to share with us the details of the program. There we are asked to approve amendments to the legislation for a program that we don't even see the details of the program. We've heard details from a presentation made from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said it would cost between 33 million and 80 million. I heard the member from Ancillary Canary says it will cost 33 million. I read a short while ago that the Prime Minister did an interview this morning where he said it would cost about 100 million. He was quoted in a media outlet that it would cost about 100 million. So you're asking me to come in here to approve amendments, but I don't know the details. I don't know if it's 33 million, 40 million, 50 million, 70 million, or even 100 million, like the Prime Minister said this morning in an interview with one of the media houses. So I'm a bit lost, Mr. Speaker. And I must say to you, Mr. Speaker, that in as much as we support the economic relief program, we feel that there ought to be more disclosure for us to be able to properly represent the people who sent us to Parliament. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I will raise my issues on the various clauses, and I'm sure there will be answers somewhere, somehow. And of course, I expect the usual persons to say we have been political to ask questions, because nowadays you must not ask questions, because if you ask questions, you have been political. If you say that the policemen need the toilets, then you should not have said that in here. You should have said it on a side secretly, because it's political when you say that. But I will still ask my questions, and I can be called political. Mr. Speaker, the amendment, let's start with the amendment to Section 3, which is Clause 4, I think. It says that J, the previous J in the Principal Act is deleted and is replaced by a new J, sums for giving assistance under an economic relief program. And then it inserts a new paragraph K, any other prescribed payments. Now I'm asking, which prescribed payments are these? Because, Mr. Speaker, are these prescribed payments relating to the economic relief program? But J, newly inserted J, already speaks to sums for giving assistance under an economic relief program. The previous wording that was there said something along the lines, payments under this act, which was specific to the act, but that was removed. So whereas in the previous formulation you knew that whatever payments that were going to be made, it said specific to this act, this just says prescribed payments. Now, Is it prescribed in regulations somewhere? Is it prescribed in, any other place? I don't know. It might be a minor point, but of course, one has to ask the question. Part 5A, 65A. Mr. Speaker, this says, subject to this act, the board may establish an economic relief program where 30% or more of insured persons have suffered a loss of income as a result of a pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. We have no evidence before us here that 30% of insured persons of NIC have lost their income. We have no evidence of it. In fact, the member from Castries East made a comment. He tried to come up with numbers. The member for Ansley Canaries said he was wrong. Now, it may very well be that 30% of persons have been affected. I'm not disputing that. I am saying we have no evidence before us of the numbers of persons that have been affected or is expected to be affected. I think we should have been provided with this to ensure that we are meeting this requirement. But I'm also going to ask the question, this has been made permanent in the legislation. I don't think it should be made permanent. I think this should be a sunset clause. That once the WHO has determined that this pandemic is over, it should cease to exist. I think it should cease to exist. It should have a life determined. Because I'll ask you the question, why should it be a pandemic only? What if for some reason we have a hurricane, a tsunami, a volcanic eruption, God forbid, and 70% of the insured persons lose their income? Then that won't apply. What is unique in essence of a pandemic? If you're going to make it permanent in the legislation, what about a pandemic that is so unique? Isn't the emphasis more on the amount of persons that have lost their income rather than it having to be a pandemic? So I'm asking, why is this only restricted to a pandemic? And whether one could not have phrased it differently if you want to make it permanent. But I start off by saying that I do not think that this economic relief program should be permanent in the legislation. I believe if we have other instances of a pandemic or any other crisis that so warrants support, we should come to Parliament and to do so. I don't know if you're following me on this point. And I want to add, if the government decides they're not taking our advice on giving it a sunset, a clause, then I think at the end of the 3 months, we should come back to Parliament to renew this program. We should come back to Parliament because as it is now, and I'm told, because we don't have the regulations, that it is for 3 months. We're told it's for 3 months. But the Prime Minister in his presentation said the NIC is prepared to do it for another 3 months. Now the Minister can change the regulations without coming to Parliament and make this for another 3 months, and for another 3 months, and for another 3 months. He has the authority to do so because he's given powers under the regulations to define the prescribed period that this should last. And he's already signaling to us, just when we thought it was for just 3 months, and it would cost between 30 to 80 million, he's saying the NIC is already ready to do it for an additional 3 months, which, if you take the upper end, that means another $80 million. So if we are going to leave this as a permanent piece of legislation, we should ensure that we come back to Parliament for a report on the first 3 months and seek approval for another 3 months. I am not comfortable, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister can roll this thing over, and he has the authority to do so. He may not do so. He may not do so. He may not, But he has the authority to do it, because here today we'll be giving him the authority to do so. And I think that's highly dangerous. Mr. Speaker, if we look at 65B, again, an insured person who satisfies the prescribed conditions. And then under 65C, 65C, it says B, he or she is engaged in insurable employment on the prescribed date. What is the prescribed date? What's the prescribed date? Again, we are asked to approve the legislation, but we don't know what the prescribed date is. You hear different talk, you read different things on Facebook, but nobody has told us what the prescribed date is. Then C says, he or she has paid not less than the prescribed contributions. What are the prescribed contributions? Mr. Speaker, maybe the members on the other side who are members of cabinet know all those things. We don't know. Then we go on to D. He or she has paid contributions for the prescribed contribution period. Now, what's the difference between the prescribed contributions and the prescribed contribution period? Are those things in the regulations? Can we please just see the regulations? Can somebody just share the regulations with us, Mr. Speaker? If we are going to approve the legislation, which we're not opposed to it, and I want to make that point for the record, we are not opposed to the legislation. So can somebody just share with us what the regulations look like? Because there are things being spoken of. Prescribed date, prescribed contributions, prescribed contribution period. But we don't know what those are. Somebody knows. And in fact, I'm trying my best to understand what's the difference between a prescribed contribution and a prescribed contribution period. Mr. Speaker, 65E, 2. The rate for a payment under an economic program, relief program, is the prescribed percentage of the insured person's relevant earnings. What is the prescribed percentage? The Prime Minister said minimum 500, maximum 1,005. So I am assuming there is a range. But it says a prescribed percentage of the insured person's relevant earnings. Again, members on the other side probably have the answers. We don't. So can somebody explain that to me? And can I also ask whether that's in addition to what persons who have laid off are receiving? Because some employers now, a couple of the hotels I think, are paying 40% of the employee's salary. So if an employer is giving 40% of the salary, is this a top-up or is this in addition to? And maybe members from the other side can answer that to us, because we don't know what the percentage is. Again, Mr. Speaker, if we had the regulations, we can, and again, we're not opposed to the legislation, but if we have the regulations, we can make decisions that are better. Mr. Speaker, 65G, and the member from Beaufort South raised it. I am not arguing, and I think he offered a model of how it can be done, whether the minister should be entitled to make regulations or not. I think in my short life in Parliament, I've seen most of the legislation saying the minister shall make regulations. But I think, Mr. Speaker, I think, because of the uniqueness of the National Insurance Corporation, because of the criticality of that fund, Parliament should see the regulations before you ask parliamentarians to make a vote, to vote on the acceptance of those amendments. I think it is only fair. Now, Mr. Speaker, I need to ask a few more questions. And the member from Beaufort South raised some of them. How does the granting of those payments affect your future benefits? Will there be any effect? The member from Beaufort South raised an important point that I want to repeat. He says, the member from Miku South said that those monies, which can be up to 100 million, would have no effect on the NIC and would not affect its viability. And he asked rightfully, does that mean that NIC has about $100 million that is available that it can just use and it will have no effect on its viability or on its future benefits? Because if the NIC has $100 million that it can make available, then we need to ask some serious questions. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it means our NIC is very liquid and has probably underpaying benefits to contributors. So we need to ask the question, how will this affect future benefits? And we have to ask whether or not the NIC contributions rate will be increased. Is there an understanding, and I'm asking the government, with the NIC that in exchange for this, NIC contributions will increase? Will the qualifying age be increased? Let's be transparent. Say to us, because of this grant, the NIC contributions will be increased next year, or the qualifying age will increase, because you cannot just have $100 million and you're ready to go for another 3 months, and there will be no effect on the fund, on the viability of the fund. That defies logic for me. That defies logic. You cannot just grant $100 million or even 80 million and do it for another 3 months, and that has no effect on the fund whatsoever. So is there an expectation that government would raise the NIC contribution, that it would raise the qualifying age? And we need to ask the question, and I am of the view that this money should be a loan to the government of St. Lucia. Even if the government takes 30 years to pay it, 25 years to pay it, it should be a loan to the government of St. Lucia. It should not be a grant of funds. We need to safeguard the NIC for the future pensions of St. Lucians. And times are hard now, but times will get better. And the NIC must remain viable. And the idea that this is a grant that will have no effect on the NIC, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, we should accept this. This should be a loan to the government of St. Lucia to be repaid whenever the government is able to pay it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was tempted because I heard in the submission of the member from Miku South, he spoke about the state of the economy and how bad things are. And let us all agree, these are unprecedented times. These are unprecedented times. And the member from Castries East said he's waiting for the day when we'll have this big debate on the economy and what has happened for the last few years. And the member from Jova South himself said he would incur your wrath. And I too, Mr. Speaker, as someone who had not been in government and a student of economics, I'm looking forward to that debate, Mr. Speaker. Because when I heard that the Labour Party over 5 years borrowed $900 million, and I recall, and that was said by the member from Miku South, from Miku South, 900 million, he said, we borrowed over $1 billion in 1 year, right here in this house. 1 billion. They said, I don't understand what happens in this house. Mr. Speaker, the chickens will come home to roost, and they have. They have, Mr. Speaker. They have, but we'll wait for that big debate. We borrowed in 1 year close to $1.5 billion. 1 year. 1 year. And somebody wants to fool us in St. Lucia and tell us. Somebody wants to fool us. And the figures will come out at the right time with PowerPoint presentation and all. Somebody wants to fool us in this house and tell us things were booming, things were so great, and in 2 weeks, things so bad, you cannot pay salaries. It's like you lost your job yesterday and you can't buy bread today, Mr. Speaker. But the time will come, and we'll have that debate in detail, Mr. Speaker. No fluff, no lies. Mr. Speaker, we will have that debate, Mr. Speaker. I want to, because sometimes you just have to wonder, the Prime Minister was so right. We never thought yesterday U.S. oil prices, not Brent crude oil, U.S. oil prices, went negative. We never thought that would ever happen. But the price of fuel at the pumps in St. Lucia are not going down at all, at all, at all. The 680 that was there has never been taken off. And the price has gone down, gone down, gone down, where now the price of petrol, according to the Prime Minister, is now below $1, below zero. But the price at the pumps are not going down and will not go down. But I just smile, Mr. Speaker, because he's practicing his economics, so, let it be. But in all what the Prime Minister said, he never said anything about the National Economic Fund, the CIP money. Where the money gone, Mr. Speaker? The Sink Fund, he chastised the former government for not having a sinking fund, or sinking fund. But did he tell us, did he say how much is in it right now? The ones who repay, how much? 25 million in 3 years. No, there was zero for true. There was zero for true. My mind is 200. Mr. Speaker, so there was so much boast. So much boast. Mr. Speaker, how much money is in the National Economic Fund again? How many 100 million?
Honorable member.
How much money, Mr. Speaker, is in the lock boxes, the various lock boxes? And nobody wants to discuss those things. Those things are sacred. Sacred, Mr. Speaker. But we leave that for the big debate that's coming at the right time. Because I want to say something, Mr. Speaker, about St. Lucians and their survival. I heard the members say that when WASCO is falling short, they look to the government for help. When Lucilec is falling short of revenue, Lucilec, they look to the government for help. When the hotels, you're telling me nobody said that, and the member himself said he said it. But let's go. But when he said Lucilec, so when the hotels want help, they come to the government. But when poor people are starving and hungry, and they're supposed to go to government too? If WASCO goes to the government for help, Lucilec goes to the government for help, the hotels go to the government for help, why can the poor people of St. Lucia go to the government for help when they are starving and they are hungry? Why are they not there? And Mr. Speaker, the time will come when we will speak about the distress fund. We will speak about all the assistance for poor people that were removed in this country. All the social nets that were removed, Mr. Speaker. And it's almost, I heard a member from Ansari Canary said, the reason why they didn't invest in Virgin because he saw those difficult times like now come in. He said he saw those difficult times come in.
He said that.
I even whispered, I said to him, so you saw COVID come in? Didn't he see all the social nets that were removed by the government? But that big debate will come, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You said you'll have time to do all your debating at the
Yeah, I'm just giving a preview, a trailer of what's to come. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there are people in this country that are struggling, that are hungry, that are facing real difficult times, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, our first priority in this country must be the survival of our people, Mr. Speaker. The survival of our people. I heard the government speak of its social stabilization program. It spoke of non-contributors getting assistance. I'm glad the Prime Minister announced. Listen to his words. Because one thing, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is a master at what he does. He can mama guy. And he can flash those lights. And he's a good marketer. He can present very well. But he knows how to mama guy, Mr. Speaker. So the Prime Minister, people who are non-contributors to NIC, listen to this, non-contributors to NIC, that are suffering right now, that are in pain right now. He says he's going to give NIC $20 million to take care of them. I think he said so. It would also help farmers and fishers, whatnot. But hear this, the money has not even been negotiated yet. And he looks across and he says, from the Exim Bank of Taiwan, and members opposite knows how long those negotiations take. Those negotiations take about a year to complete. About a year. You're not us, and you can't start the airport yet. You're not us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how are the non-contributors of NIC that's going to get 20 million EC going to be told whether they're getting monies next week? They are waiting on a negotiation with Exim Bank in Taiwan that can take up to 1 year. Mr. Prime Minister, Member Miku South, I hope you set a new record and you get those monies within 2 to 3 days. Because by next week, those people who are non-contributors will be in serious conditions in St. Lucia, just to basically get food for them to eat. I heard an announcement, and we're talking about NIC amendment to give relief to people who lost income during COVID. I heard about an announcement for bus drivers. For bus drivers, I'm sure the member from Catch's office will take some interest in that. I heard a minibus association say the money that the government promised them was money the government already owed them. I heard it on the news. That the announcement which was made that assistance will begin, these are monies already owed to them. I heard, Mr. Speaker, money will be given to the farmers. And I heard they got $1 million, I think it's from Invest St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. The farmers are owed about $4 million. Isn't that the case, member from Beaufort North? The farmers are owed about $4 million. That's money that's owed to them. But you announce an assistance to the farmers and you give them $1 million of the $4 million that's owed to them. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the beach vendors, the small business persons, Mr. Speaker, what is there for them? If NIC chairman did not call the Prime Minister and offered him this measure of hope, there would be nothing in place for the poor, struggling people of St. Lucia. So far, the only thing that seems meaningful and true is what the NIC is offering. Only what the NIC is offering. What is there for the small business persons? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. And then to top it up, you hear about salaries. Public servants' salaries. Now, I'm not saying much on that. I'm not saying much on that. Public servant salaries. And we are told how well this economy was doing, how it was booming. And I heard a member from Ancillary Canneries speak about all economies have been affected. China, America, of course they have been affected. But do you hear that they are cutting salaries in China or America or in the United Kingdom? You don't hear that. You don't hear that. But we're comparing that all those big economies having problems, so St. Lucia can have problems too. I know times are difficult. We know it. We know it. But the people of St. Lucia who you are saying you want to cut their salaries, they don't want to be sacrificial lambs. They want, I'm sure, they don't mind making a sacrifice. But don't make sacrificial lambs out of them. Don't. And that is what the fundamental issue is, that those people have no trust in this government because there is no transparency, there is no accountability for the true state of the economy of St. Lucia. Because we were doing so well at the beginning of March. 3 weeks ago. We were having uninterrupted tourism arrival, billions of dollars coming in from tourists. And you tell me, within this 2 weeks, it has crashed so badly. We cannot pay salaries. You cannot even borrow money to pay salaries.
Honorable.
But you see, the minister will never believe that he should borrow money to pay salaries.
Honorable
But Cabot will get monies. Ojo Labs will get monies.
Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I think I've given you enough.
To speak about assistance?
No, you have to tie to what
Okay,
is
I'm
before
signing it. I'm
us.
signing it. I'm comparing it to what the NIC is giving. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. Let's compare it to what NIC is giving. And NIC is giving a lot, and the government is giving nothing. Mr. Speaker, the problem creators cannot be the problem solvers. They've created this problem. This government has created this problem. All COVID did was to expose it. That's all COVID did. The government created the problems, and COVID is now exposing it. But we'll come to that debate in greater detail another time, Mr. Speaker. Of course I'm listening to myself, Mr. Speaker. I haven't started yet. Mr. Speaker.
Good time to send the banners to France like now, sir.
Oh, if we can. Mr. Speaker, you know, I heard a member from Ansari Canaries, and that's one of the things I don't like about this government, is you cannot trust their word. I got calls, Mr. Speaker, calls from constituents on cruise ships, begging, Mr. Speaker, for me to ask the government to help them come back home. They made calls to media houses. They did interviews. Persons called me and said to me they called certain ministers and they hung up on them because they were tired of hearing of the flight of those St. Lucians on cruise ships. And today we're told everything is hunky-dory and all arrangements have been made. The government is taking care of everything. And I believe 7 persons are coming over today or so. And I really applaud the assistance given for the 7 persons. But the callousness and the insensitivity that was shown to the St. Lucians who got stranded, Mr. Speaker, says a lot. There are students from St. Lucia studying in the United States and England that have contacted me about coming back home. Universities are closed. They don't have money to pay rent, to eat. In times like that, Mr. Speaker, we need the empathy. We need to be kind and we need to be caring. Our first responsibility is to ensure the survival of our people. And I believe some persons are more preoccupied with the economic rather than the health or the human aspect of this crisis. And we all know why, Mr. Speaker. But that's not, Mr. Speaker, that should never be at the forefront of our minds. This government has to be caring. There are too many solutions. There are solutions that have never worked in their lives. You know how they make their money? They wash a car there. They carry some load for somebody. They do a little odd job there. They bounce and draw. How are they surviving in this crisis? How are they surviving? These are not easy questions to answer. But at least somebody should say to us, or at least show to us, that they are trying to answer those questions and to help out those persons. And that's what we want to hear. And if I say that, then I'm told that I'm being political. I'm being partisan, I'm not patriotic. Well, that's your opinion. But I'm a St. Lucian. And I have friends who are affected. And I will always stand and speak to them, like I've always done all my life. Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to the original point. You are asking us to come to this honorable house today to approve amendments. We do not oppose the economic relief program, but I must tell you I have a fundamental problem in being asked to approve a program without seeing the details of the program. And I get frightened when I hear the Prime Minister says, in presenting this, that the NIC will do it for 3 months and they are prepared to do it for another 3 months. I get frightened when I hear that. I would love to see the regulations. I would love, Mr. Speaker, that this honorable house considers an amendment, if they are going to make this permanent in the legislation, that they require it to come back to Parliament for any renewal. We must protect the NIC for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Castries North, can you just give me a minute before you make your presentation? I do not want anyone out there to believe that the Parliament of St. Lucia, that we violating the rules and regulation we put in place ourselves. Under the latest emergency order, Parliament on the Schedule 2 is permitted to have minimal operation, meaning that our staff members we could give it as low as possible, but we could operate as an institution. So I'd just like to make that clear. With reference also to the curfew, I have sought clarification, and I'm hoping that all members give the right information, that we, members of parliament, we are all permitted to be out during the curfew. We've given permission from NEMO to be out during that period of time. So I would not want anybody watching us to believe that we are our own selves violating our own rules. Very well. Member for Castries North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And tonight, I won't be long, but I hope I'm not carried away. Because I believe what we have come here today to do regarding the National Insurance Corporation Act is one that deserves the support of both sides of the House, and for which, so far, I believe there is indeed an indication that there is support for both sides of the House. However, it appears that there seem to be some concerns about the legislation, the amendment as it were. But before I go into the amendment, Mr. Speaker, I think we have come here in extraordinary times. Extraordinary times which calls for extraordinary decisions to attempt to arrest situations, to manage situations, and to at least do what is necessary to reverse situations which may be harmful or detrimental to our people and our country. And so, as I say this, Mr. Speaker, I need to personally recognize those workers of St. Lucia who are on the front line, as we often say, giving humane service to our country, and doing so at odd times. The police, the fire services, the nurses, the doctors, the correctional officers, and others. And as I've had reason to say at a different forum, that if we continue to identify sector by sector, service by service within the public service, in every area, whether a teacher, a nurse, a doctor, a correctional officer, as soon as you hit the button, then you realize the value of service those persons provide to the country. And therefore, I want to recognize them and commend them. But this amendment to the legislation, Mr. Speaker, doesn't pertain to them. It pertains to persons who make a contribution on a monthly basis to the National Insurance Corporation, a program which was established in the 70s as a provident fund, as a means to providing a form of pension to persons who were not covered, whether under the government umbrella or covered in any way to grant a pension, because in those days, if you were not working for an established institution or company with a pension fund program, you wouldn't benefit. And so that program was established sometime in 1974, if my memory serves me right, to bring about a pension program, particularly for non-public officers. So, Mr. Speaker, the pension program does just that, and to a certain extent provides health care based on individuals who fall ill. But what the NIC does not cater for is the unemployment benefits. And so the NIC has no authority, Mr. Speaker, to pay unemployment benefits except for pension benefits, a lump sum, and a monthly payment, and in some instances, not in some instances, but if a contributor dies, then there is a burial benefit. So the question is, how do we get the NIC to assist in this situation, this catastrophic situation that we found ourselves? And while, of course, the idea of assistance was transmitted to the Prime Minister, as he said, by the chairman of the NIC, I must indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that immediately upon the commencement of closure of the resorts and other businesses, the Department of Labor jumped into action to commence a process of analyzing the impact of the situation. So while some may say that they've heard nothing from the Department of Labor or the Minister doesn't speak out of turn, but he speaks in an informed manner after all of the work has been done, and therefore when he speaks with authority. So in that way, Mr. Speaker, very early, days after the commencement of the collapse, and I call it a collapse because one by one hotel started shutting down, we sought the advice of the various agencies. We sought the advice of the Statistics Department to understand what are we dealing with. Because if we do not know what we are dealing with, then we cannot prescribe anything. So we're able to get that information, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to unemployed labor force by district. Then Department of Statistics again provided labor force by age. And then the NIC, when we approached them, indicated that when we approached them in terms of getting the numbers, because we said the institution that can give us a most accurate indication of the number of persons employed in this country, though you may miss out on some people who are either in the informal sector or are falling through the cracks one way or the other, like the member of Caucasus South person who does car washing and stuff like that. The NIC indicated a number of 83,977 persons contributing, meaning those persons are employers in this country. Having received this information, Mr. Speaker, we then engaged the NIC in what sort of program can be developed to take care of those persons. And then it was said that there's a need to review the situation. The information we received from them, Mr. Speaker, and I can pass this information on to members as a document of the House. In the agricultural sector, in terms of employment, 8,187, in manufacturing, 4,261, mining and quarrying, 156. Then I'll jump some and go to construction, 6,726. Wholesale and retail trade, 13,439. In accommodation and food service activities, 14,000. And in administrative and support services, 5,338. Public administration, 7,387. And the list goes on and on, totaling 83,977 people. It means, therefore, Mr. Speaker, when a further analysis was done, we found out that the hardest hit sectors appear to be accommodation and food service, a total of 14,000 persons losing their jobs. And then you can add on to this or have the multiplier effect, because each person probably has a dependent of one in terms of the number of persons affected. And then we go to the second hardest hit was the wholesale and retail sector with 13,439 439, and then the administrative and support services being at number 3. So, Mr. Speaker, what had to happen in terms of a response to COVID on the labor force was to attempt to cushion the blow of the sudden strike of COVID on not the health of those individuals who have lost their job, but on their employment capability. So to do this, the NIC realized that they really did not have it enshrined in their act, and therefore the need to put together the necessary legislative framework to amend the framework to allow them to be able to respond to this need. Because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the NIC is in no position to simply make a determination of identifying funds, whether it's $40 million or $80 million, Mr. Speaker, and say this is to help the people of St. Lucia who have lost their jobs. So there must be parameters within which to work. There must be some regulation to regulate the operations of the NIC in this regard. And so, Mr. Speaker, this amendment which we have before us is intended to do just that, of creating the enabling environment for the NIC to be able to make these contributions to the persons. Now, I believe, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has raised a good point. The point of the actuarial status of the NIC. The actuarial status of the NIC, Mr. Speaker, meaning, where does the NIC stand today in terms of meeting its obligations to contributors? Where does it stand in the next 10 years? Where does it stand in the next 20 years? And where does it stand in the next 30 years? According to the last report, Mr. Speaker, it is calculated or perceived that in the next 30 years, which will be 2050, if the NIC continues along the lines that it has been going, the fund will be exhausted. So the question is, very good question, if the fund will be exhausted in 2050, according to how the fund is progressing at this time, the question now is, if you are to make a payment out of the fund of the NIC, how will that affect the report given by the actuary? And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, knowing the leadership of the NIC, in terms of the composition of the board, the well-structured board from day one, the administration, I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that the NIC may have worked out a mechanism whereby they may have said, if the fund will exhaust in 1950, and we are to extract $40 million or $80 million maximum, then there can be an adjustment in the outcome of the report and to accept that the fund is likely to exhaust in, say, 2048. I'm just using a highfalutin figure. So the impact of $40 million or $80 million, Mr. Speaker, obviously they have said, let us reduce the figure that the actuary has said. But, Mr. Speaker, if you reduce that figure from 2050 to 2048 or 2045, whichever would more or less equate to the extraction of the 80 million or the 40 million, then you now need to begin to think of how do you build back the fund and to determine how best to do it. That is not for me to determine. That is for the NIC to determine. Because it's either they can accept the fact that at 2048 or 2046 or 2045, the fund will exhaust itself, or the board can decide to review the contributions, which really are the prescribed contributions of 5%. Because the way the NIC operates, Mr. Speaker, the employee contributes 5% up to a limit, I believe, of 1,005, if my memory serves me right. The employer contributes 5%. Is it right? It's not 1/5? Okay. But the employee contributes 5, and the employer contributes 5. And that's 10%. That is the structure of the prescribed contributions, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, what is required now is for the NIC, in its actuarial discipline, to make a determination, an informed determination, as to whether there is a need for any increase in contributions. I cannot determine that, Mr. Speaker. The only people who can determine that is the NIC, ensuring that it abides to the strict actuarial guidelines provided under the law. So, having said this, Mr. Speaker, it is important for the NIC to demonstrate responsibility. And so I must commend the board for seeing the need for an amendment in the legislation at a time when the world economy is crashing, at a time when the regional economy is on its knees, at a time when our own economy is begging for assistance, but a determination on the part of the government to rescue the situation. The NIC saw it necessary to come forward and say, here's what we can do to assist in the situation. And so, this amendment, Mr. Speaker, provides for that. Because if tonight this legislation, this amendment to the legislation is not passed, the NIC has no authority under the existing legislation to make any payments to anybody. So what the NIC did, Mr. Speaker, the way out was to get the amendment done. And the amendment provides for doing a number of things. First, it provides for the establishment of the Economic Relief Program. And it says, Mr. Speaker, the board may establish an economic relief fund and program where 30% or more of insured persons have suffered a loss of income as a result of a pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. So this economic relief fund, Mr. Speaker, as far as I interpret this here, and the lawyers can help me better than I can help myself, is that it qualifies the Economic Relief Fund as being one established to provide relief where 30%, so an economic relief fund will not be established for a handful of people getting the flu and falling sick. But in this case, it calls on the qualification by the World Health Organization, which will declare a pandemic. And once the World Health Organization declares a pandemic, it is not unique to St. Lucia. It is not an epidemic, it's a pandemic. The entire world is under that regime. Then, and only then, that the NIC can declare and establish a relief program, and where 30% or more of the insured persons have suffered a loss of income. Now, how did they get to 30%? I am not too sure. But 1/3 of the membership would have suffered a loss of income as a consequence of a declared pandemic by the World Health Organization. So in support of the opposition, as far as the special nature, the principle of guarding the NIC jealously is being protected here. It is being protected here because it's saying it's only when you reach the threshold of 30%. It's not when you adjust 10% of your membership is suffering. It's not if it's 5% of your membership suffering. It is when 30%, 1/3 of your membership is suffering. And so in this case, 83,000 people are registered in the NIC. 1/3 of 83, for those of you who've got the maths, it's about what? What's it? So when you work it out, it's about 20-something, 27, 28,000 people. To date, we have recorded 4,000 in the manufacturing, 13,000 in wholesale, and then another 14,000 in accommodation, etc., etc. As you continue to add in the various sectors, and you heard the Prime Minister, he spoke of preschool teachers. Preschool teachers in the private sector who are providing the foundation to education to our young people, who have been called upon to shut down the business. Kisa? Papa Fig. Farmer Fig. Where? To close down the business, Mr. Speaker, all of them are brought into the net. Whether you're a preschool teacher, a taxi driver, I hope they have for the vendors, and they have for the Papa Fig, and they have for all of these people. All of that, Mr. Speaker, according to the register of the NIC, all of whom are registered, that in itself equates to 30%. So we have qualified as to the numbers who can benefit from the economic relief fund. Then we go on, Mr. Speaker, to the prescribed conditions. In section 65B, it states, an insured person who satisfies the prescribed conditions is entitled to a payment under an economic relief fund. In terms of the prescribed conditions, Mr. Speaker, I can only assume, without having the actual the parent legislation here with me, I can only assume that the prescribed conditions will be: 1, you're registered with the NIC; 2, you're making a contribution to the NIC; 3, you qualify for the economic fund; and 4, to attain the status of qualification, you have made a contribution up to a time for which NIC recognizes as the cutoff time. So, in this case, that time would probably be the last period that the individual has worked. February or March, somewhere there. So those together would more or less provide the prescribed conditions. Then it speaks about, without prejudice to section 65B, an insured person shall satisfy the director that A, he or she is under the pensionable age on the date. All of these are the conditions under which the economic relief fund will be paid. So when we speak of the prescribed conditions, here are the prescribed conditions. A, he or she is under the pensionable age on the date that he or she makes the claim under section 65B. D. B, he or she is engaged in insurable employment on the prescribed date. C, he or she has paid not less than the prescribed contributions, and he or she has paid contributions for the prescribed contribution period. So, Mr. Speaker, what it says is that in order to qualify under this program, you cannot just walk off the sidewalk or walk off the streets and say, I worked, I lost my job, I need a contribution. It is saying that there are certain standards you must meet. You must have contributed, you've contributed up to a period of time, demonstrating that you're employed at the time, because you cannot claim if you were laid off or if you lost your job before the pandemic was declared. So it protects the institution. It ring fences the institution and makes sure that it is not a scandal where anybody can walk in and make a claim. And then it says, claim for economic refund, relief, an insured person shall make a claim for economic relief in the prescribed form, which I've seen, and then payment under the economic relief program. A payment under the economic relief program shall be paid for each day the prescribed conditions under section 65B continue to exist for the person prescribed maximum period. The rate for a payment under the economic relief program is the prescribed percentage of the insured person's relevant earnings. Now what that means, Mr. Speaker, every individual would have what is called insured earnings. It is on your insured earnings, Mr. Speaker, that you qualify for benefits under the Provident Fund. It is under that amount, Mr. Speaker, that your pension benefits would be computed. So if you are earning $1,500 a month and you happen to fall ill or you're no longer employed, your benefits would be computed on $1,500. If it was more, it would be computed on more, but there would be a threshold, there would be a ceiling. And the same thing goes to this. And what the NIC has done, or proposed rather, is that they are saying that no matter what your income level is, first is that you will receive 50%. It's not in there because that is what the program is entailed, about what the program entails. But there is a limit and there is a minimum. The minimum being $500 and the maximum being $1,500. So in every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, there is a demonstration of fiscal discipline, actuarial discipline, and also a compassionate responsibility for the people that the NIC serves and those who make the contributions to the NIC. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I am here to give full support to this amendment. And I believe the issue which is raised about the regulations, if we are to speak about guarding jealousy, the NIC, then there can be some merit. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, whether it is the board who makes the regulations or it is the minister who makes the regulations, at the end of the day, the minister responsible for the institution is the one to come to the parliament and present those regulations whenever they are made. It's the minister who tables it. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that COVID, in its own way, has done a number of things. COVID will change the way of life as of now. Not only our social practices and graces and behavior, but COVID will change our thinking. COVID will change the way we plan, the way we implement, and the way we execute programs. COVID will bring a new code to the system. It will change our behavior entirely. Because for years we have been speaking about the NIC. For years we have been speaking about the need for the NIC to expand and to provide some more services to the people of this country. For years we have said NIC need to provide the services of health insurance. I recall when I was Minister for Health, one of the last things I did was, a very long time ago, was to frame the legislation to provide national health insurance. that national health insurance legislation, we needed to determine, should we append it to the operations of the NIC? In those days it was called NIS, National Insurance Scheme. Or should we run it as a parallel organization? Should we run it as a parallel organization? And at that time, Mr. Speaker, we were speaking of increasing the contributions of the employer and the employee by 1%, take it to 6%, and then ask the government to contribute a 1% contribution to demonstrate its commitment to its social dependents. Those who were not contributing at all. The very people who we are saying, here's $20 million, take care of those persons who are not registered. But as we take care of them, register them, and let them now get disciplined and contribute. But it wasn't done. That was 1997. We have spoken about the need for employment benefits, unemployment benefits. So today, COVID is saying to us, let us get together. Let us all get in, Mr. Speaker, and let us amend the legislation of the National Insurance Corporation to reflect the areas that we believe that are necessary. But more than this, Mr. Speaker, there are other areas in which COVID will ask us to change our behavior, change our lifestyle, change our discipline. And I think sometimes it is the greatest opportunity that we have received today with COVID to do a number of things. Because basically, what COVID has asked us to do is practice good and safe hygiene. That's what COVID is saying. COVID is saying, wash your hands frequently. Sanitize it when you have no water. Make this part of your culture. And be conscious of the ability of communicable diseases. Be mindful of this. COVID is saying, clean our environment. Starting from your home, clean surfaces. Clean your immediate environment, surroundings, and clean the country. All of that is part of it. I believe, because I'm not too sure that there's any science or any scientific declaration as to the exact manner in which COVID operates and how it affects us. But as a government, Mr. Speaker, we have a heavy responsibility. We have a heavy responsibility, Mr. Speaker, because today, as we speak, there are many people, Mr. Speaker, who really don't know where the next meal is coming from. There are individuals in households, Mr. Speaker, who have both lost their jobs and don't know where the next meal is coming from. Mr. Speaker, we in this Parliament must work together. We in this Parliament must come together. We must say to ourselves that we can do it together, Mr. Speaker, and break down the barriers, and let's move on in the interests of the people of this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of this bill, in the spirit of this amendment, Mr. Speaker, I give full support, and if in giving full support there is need for amendments during committee stage to make it airtight and strengthen it and to protect the institution of the NIC, I'm prepared, Mr. Speaker, to give it that support. But I think this is necessary, and for the workers of this country, some of whom have given dedicated years of service whether it's in the tourism industry or in the public sector, we owe it to them. Now, I just want to make one point. I think it was the representative from Castries South who made two observations. I think one of the observations, Mr. Speaker, that he made, he said, is the amount paid by the NIC, is it a top-up or is it supplementary? It's a good question, Mr. Speaker. Because the NIC indicated that you'll be getting 50% of your insurable income between $500 and $1,500. But there are some institutions, some hotels, who are paying the staff a stipend or percentage of their salary. What the NIC has said is that if an individual is receiving a percentage of his or her salary, and that amount equates to $1,600, then the NIC will not be paying them $1,500. In other words, they will be over the threshold of the NIC. If they are receiving, say, a contribution of $600 from the employer, or the hotel, or whichever case, in whichever case it is, if they're receiving $600 and they're entitled to, say, $850, then they'll get an additional $250 from NIC. In other words, the NIC is saying that in your situation at this time, we're not here to top you up. We're here to give you some level of relief. And this is the extent to which our relief is valued. And so we'll just pay the difference or pay you the entire thing if you're not in receipt of any contribution from your employer. So I believe this is the only one. I've dealt with the one of prescribed contribution, and I said what it is. The prescribed contribution is the contribution that you pay every month based on the Act, and the prescribed contribution period, Mr. Speaker, would be that period of time that you have constantly made your payments, successively made your payments. That would be considered the prescribed contribution period. And so, Mr. Speaker, I again commit myself to this amendment, and I hope that we all give it the necessary support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member Castro South East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to lend my support to this minor change, but significant. In the context of what we are discussing here today, Mr. Speaker, and if I go straight to Part 5A, Economic Relief Program, Section 65A, which is the new proposed added section, says, subject to this Act, the board may, and I underline the operative word here, may, establish an economic relief program where 30% or more of the insured persons have suffered loss of income as a result of a pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. And then it goes on to explain some of the other aspects of this. Now, Mr. Speaker, while the leader of the opposition, in his opening or in his contribution on this, said that the opposition supports the government position or any position, let me be as close to what he said as possible, any position that brings relief to the people of St. Lucia, that they would support it. But the contributions that follow raises a lot of questions, Mr. Speaker. The NIC is established to help people who make contributions in the years when they cannot make contributions. But Mr. Speaker, as we reflect, and it goes back to something I see at Cabinet on a regular basis. There's what we call people's gratuity who are not going to get NIC pensions because they fell under the program of government pension. There's a gap between the time of retirement. A lot of people draw down, and even those who make NIC contributions now and who are entitled to some form of gratuity, when a difficult situation arises, would apply to the cabinet and say, look here, I am sick. I need some relief. Maybe there's a major operation, there's something in the family to be attended to. And they ask the cabinet to consider giving them an advance on gratuity. I am hearing the members opposite saying that NIC, in coming out to support its contributors, that this responsibility should fall squarely on the government, and what NIC should be doing is giving a loan to the government. Mr. Speaker, is that really supporting the workers of this country? These people who have contributed over the years. And you know what some of these people say? They are from all of our constituencies. Some of them don't live, Mr. Speaker. Some of them don't live. And I applaud the National Insurance Corporation for the initiative being undertaken at this point in time. It tells me that the National Insurance Corporation is appreciative of the reality of COVID and the impact that it is having on the workers of this country. And Mr. Speaker, history always repeats itself in this honorable house. In 2008, during the financial crisis, and Hansard will show, Mr. Speaker, you know what was said by the members opposite? They said, y'all created the crisis. Don't come and tell us about the financial meltdown in the world. Today, what did we hear again, Mr. Speaker? It's not COVID that created the crisis. We created the crisis and COVID just exposed it. Same rhetoric, same language back then. Mr. Speaker, elections will come. We will deal with elections when it comes. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the issues that are being dealt with there, these are bread and butter issues. The situation we have on our hand is a situation of bread and butter for the people. And if you ask any St. Lucian who have contributed, whether for 1 year or 20 years, to the NIC, Mr. Speaker, they will tell you they welcome this initiative that is being undertaken to give them some measure of relief for today. So, Mr. Speaker, members opposite can say on one side of their mouth, Mr. Speaker, they can say we support it, and on the other side is a different language. No, questions is not a problem. You know, Mr. Speaker, for the whole day, I've been hearing members opposite. Oh, we cannot talk. But that's what y'all have been doing, talking the whole day. How can you not talk? That's what you've been doing. If you were in the contributions that have been made in the debate today, more persons on the opposition have spoken than on the government side. But you know, that's what they do to try and be the victim. Y'all are not the victims. Through you, Mr. Speaker, we in this house are not the victims. You see, the people who do not know where their bread is coming from tomorrow, they are the victims. Stop playing victim. Stop playing victim. Stop playing victim. So, Mr. Speaker, when members come to this honorable house and want to present themselves as champions for the people, that is where you see who are the champions for the people in this country. I will not discuss that. I will not be drawn into this debate today. But I want to have a debate one of these days, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house, where we can discuss investment. Investments that have been made and how it has happened. I can tell you, and we can come to that, good investments and bad investments. We can talk about that. But today is not the time and the place for that, because there are more important things to deal with. So, Mr. Speaker, I hear the issues being raised about NIC's money being sacred. NIC's money is sacred, but it's the people's money. And if NIC was making that contribution towards something else, then I would have had a problem with that. But NIC is making the contribution to its contributors. You want to talk about investment? You want to talk about investment? I can tell you, Blue Coral started at $16 million and ended up at $36 million under your watch. But Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members. Continue, honorable members. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, today, you see what it is? When they say what they say, but people preventing them from speaking. Go ahead. Mr. Speaker, that's why I said I'm not discussing that yet. They have time for that, about investments and how investments are made. But today, the same NIC is coming to do something to support the workers of this country, and all kinds of questions are being raised by the members opposite. And here's one of the questions. Here's one of the questions. Here's one of the questions, Mr. Speaker. You know, the minister is the one going to make regulations. Tell me which entity under a minister in any department who's not involved in tabling whatever regulations that are made in this honorable house. I challenge any member opposite to tell me which one, and I'll use one under my watch, the Road Transport Board. Mr. Speaker, when a regulation is to be made, that is why the framers of the Constitution, there is the Act, and there are regulations that are used. So, the Constitution requires that the Act comes to Parliament to create the parent legislation, which is what we are doing today. To come and raise questions, about who is going to make the regulations, all the regulations. Mr. Speaker, what does, and let me read.
Just hold. Keep the voice.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me read for them again. Because apparently they don't understand. Subject to this act, the board may establish. Now, my understanding of when you have shall and when you have may is discretionary. So, the board may establish an economic fund. So, for there to be any regulations to govern this fund, the board or the NIC must first agree that there's an established fund. So, to try and I mean, if you want to score political points, come with something with substance. Don't come and talk about things that make no sense. To try and throw doubt in the minds of people as if the minister responsible for the NIC will just go and write a regulation and say that is the amount of money and that's how it can be used. When it is already prescribed in there that there is the lower threshold and there's the ceiling. So you cannot go outside of the 500 or the 1,500. That is already established. Minister King did an excellent job in explaining further. We'll find out who's fired. We'll find out who's fired.
Honorable members, let's get back to
Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, this program, he can take care of himself, rest assured. He don't need your help to take care of himself. Mr. Speaker, so when members, and I'm saying, I mean, we started this debate on the NIC very well. When I heard the leader of the opposition say that his side supports anything to help the members. But apparently the member for Castries South didn't hear that. No, he didn't ask questions. He made statements. He said that the NIC in essence should not be contributing to the people.
No. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Go
Please,
right
please.
ahead.
No, we may throw crosstalk and things,
Go
but
right
those
ahead.
things go down in record. I said very clearly, I support the legislation. I support it, but it's difficult to ask me to approve something without seeing the regulations. I support it. I ask for more for the people of St. Lucia. I ask that you give them cabot money and range money and Ojo Labs money. That's what I ask for, Mr. Speaker.
He's quite right, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's why, you see, he didn't allow me to finish my statement. No, I said in essence, this is what he was saying. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you are saying, no, it's better than banana essence. If you are saying that the NIC should give the money as a loan to the government of St. Lucia, what are you saying? Exactly. So it should be a loan. So if it's the government taking a loan from the NIC to make these payments, are you saying that NIC should contribute to helping the plight of the people? You see, but they don't listen. They don't listen. That's why they don't learn anything, Mr. Speaker. He is too quick to speak. He didn't even take time to understand where I was going with the point that I'm making. So if you agree that how can you agree that NIC should contribute to helping the plight of the people, but you are saying you don't mind how many years it takes for the government? Give it as a loan to the government. So when you take a loan, who has to pay back? When you take a loan, Mr. Speaker, so that's why I tell you they speak on both sides of their mouth. On one side to score, because they can't go back to their constituency, Mr. Speaker, and tell the people, we did not support the NIC paying some contribution to you. So they are crafting the language in a manner and giving you another option. But you see, Mr. Speaker, I can read through what they say. I can read through what they are saying. So, you don't have to be a god there. You just have to have a little bit of common sense to figure out if you say to me, NIC should give a loan to the government, and the loan is what should be used to pay the 500 to the 1,500, you are in essence saying that NIC should not make any contribution towards the people. Oh, you get it now? I will move on. Because I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries South finally got it. That he was saying that NIC should not help, but that they should give a loan to the government and let the government use NIC to pay out that money as a loan, and the government would be the ones paying back. So you got it. So Mr. Speaker, you see, that is the credibility issue that they have. That's the credibility issue that they have. So the same board of NIC, that's why I tell you, you have to discover them. You have to make them come out and tell you what they are thinking. So they have no confidence in the NIC. So they have gone out and publicly criticized the NIC for its investment in projects. But look at them, Mr. Speaker. Every time they are the ones who make an investment, when they are in government, it's the best investment in the world. And I can tell you, the NIC has lost money on the investment it made under the Labour Party in the Blue Coral project. And I challenge anybody opposite to prove otherwise. Why the loan could not be paid and it had to be converted into shares?
Honourable member, continue.
You tell me that. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, you see, if we want to make comparisons, we have to make comparisons across the board. I will not come to the matter of investments of the NIC here. But if the members opposite, Mr. Speaker, through you, will call into question and understand. That's why some of them are the way that they are, Mr. Speaker. One of the... What did I say?
Honourable member, continue. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, one of them, head of West Indies cricket, caused the West Indies Cricket Board to lose every case. Every case.
Honorable member, I know we decided where we're going, but
Okay. I'm back on course. I'm back on course. So, Mr. Speaker, reports. Mr. Speaker, I had a big cry about reports being tabled in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I believe that every report that is due is to be tabled in this honorable house. But the members opposite, when they are in opposition, they know what governance is. But when they are in government, they do not know how to govern. And I can tell them, I sat here for 5 years in opposition, and their institutions that they presided over, and not a single report was tabled in the Parliament of St. Lucia. NHC. NHC. That's not true. Show me. Show me one report. Go to the archives and bring one report. No, we're not saying it's wrong, but we're not saying it's right. But the report for 2017, at least you had it in your hand. And we all know the institution. So you think some parliamentarian or some government minister went and said to the institution, don't table your report before the parliament? So don't come and make it a big issue today that if the 2018 report is not in the parliament, that as if, no, it's not right. Don't make it look like because the report is not there, we cannot make a decision about whether NIC can assist the workers of this country or not. You said it. You came and presented the 2017 report and said that the reports are not there. So we can make informed decisions. But look, you just said who said that, and now you tell me. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members.
I continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a board, and I have confidence in the board of the NIC. The confidence that I have in the board of the NIC is that they weigh everything and they make their decisions. There's nobody in this government giving directives to NIC as to what investments to make and what investments not to make.
Honorable members, just keep your voice.
I move on, Mr. Speaker. The member for Castries South decided to tackle the issue of fuel. Mr. Speaker, here's the difference between the two sides. When they were in government, and we kept on saying there was X amount of dollars being collected, they kept on denying. They said that money did not exist. When we came in, when the decision was made about the increase in the consumption tax, it was clearly articulated that there is an increase and what it was going to be used for. That is the difference. We didn't hide and pretend that we are not collecting more than the $4. But up to a day like today, you ask them, what happened to the funds when fuel had gone to $40 and $30? Where is the difference? And fuel at the time at the pump was $15.85 a gallon. Today, fuel was $13 and I think 89 cents or thereabout. No, not today. I mean, it was Recently it was 13, before the last price change was $13 and some change. And we declared that there was extra on the $4. And we indicated, now remember, Mr. Speaker, remember at that time, all they claimed they were getting was the $2.50 or the $3. $2.50 or $3, which was the tax. And fuel was around the same price at that time, about $40. So, when you want to criticize what happens on this side, the first thing you do, through you, Mr. Speaker, is you account for your stewardship when you are in government. Mr. Speaker, I move on. You know, as indicated again, they said we created the crisis. Now I will read something here. They said they gave the trailer for what is to come. Well, I'm giving them the trailer for what is to come in the next debate, Mr. Speaker. And I make reference to Hansard. 10th session, 10th House, 3rd session, budget debate, April 29, 2014. And I reference page 34 and 35. You see, Mr. Speaker, history and records do not lie. What is recorded is recorded. Yes, for all of us. So when they said we created the crisis, that COVID just exposed it. Yes, I know how many years ago that was. So here's what it says, Mr. Speaker. Now, and I'm quoting, Mr. Speaker, that is not all. And I did try to get the copy of the Economic and Social Review, but because of the limited persons, we are not able to get it. But let me just quote, Mr. Speaker, what I have there. If you go to page 28 and 29 of the Economic and Social Review, domestic credit, what does it say here? The increase in net credit to the government largely reflected the financing of the central government deficit by drawing down on deposits. Now, I'm going somewhere with this, so we understand why the government cannot put in the amount that we should have been able to put in to deal with the COVID situation. Yes, but listen, so you can learn something. You just come.
Honorable members,
You
member
just
said
come.
he's going somewhere, he's going to indicate it us.
You just
Allow him.
come. Listen, and so you can learn something. So here's what it says. I will read again. The increase in net credit to the government largely reflected the financing of the central government deficit by drawing down on deposits. Most significantly, hear this, Mr. Speaker, most significantly, and that is from the Economic and Social Review of 2014. Central government deposits in the banking system, because the book is not available, so I'm quoting it from what was said in Hansard. I said that in Hansard. And I'm quoting, Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting, and I gave page 28 and 29.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, please. I think members on the other side have sat down and listened to the other side. Well, we have some scramble, but I mean, we're talking about all 4 members on the other side, Mr. Speaker. And while my member will not ask for intervention, I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker, can you please intervene? It's late, we want to go, and it's only making the speech longer. He's going to say it regardless. So please, can we allow to speak?
So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying there is on page 28 and 29 of the Economic and Social Review of 2013-2014. But that is what they don't want to hear, Mr. Speaker, but they'll hear it. You see, they gave their trailer. They gave their trailer.
Honorable member, just remain focused and make your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, most significantly, central government deposits, central government deficit, most significantly, central government deposits in the banking system, that is commercial banks and ECCB, and it says that the amount fell by 54.8% to 108 million. So, Mr. Speaker, today we are in a crisis, a financial crisis and a health crisis. But the health crisis created the financial crisis not just for St. Lucia, but for the world. And Mr. Speaker, back in the day, when we came to the parliament, and I will come back to this at another time, but I have to respond to what they said. We said that you cannot go and draw down on money that you are putting on a side for wet days. Mr. Speaker, I will reproduce what I said and I will put it out there so that everybody can see. Because the Labour Party government, back in 2013, 2014, we had in excess of $200 million in reserves at the local banks and at the ECCB. And the Labour Party government, in 2 years in government, drew down the entire amount of excess of $200 million. Now, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, so you see what I'm saying? So because of incompetence and poor management, they created a deficit of more than 9.5%, Mr. Speaker. And you know what they did? To finance their reckless spending, Mr. Speaker, went and drew down on the reserves that the country could do well with in a crisis like this. Tell me, what was the crisis in 2014? What was the crisis that St. Lucia faced in 2014 other than the crisis of the management of the St. Lucia Labour Party? That was the only crisis. Mr. Speaker, today, you are not paying any debts.
Honorable member, now that you've laid your foundation, as you said, honorable member, now that you've laid your foundation, we'll move that to the other debate.
Yes.
Remember what we have before.
So, Mr. Speaker, when members will come here, and here's the point that I wanted to draw on all of this. Mr. Speaker, good managers learn to save a little money for when crisis situation comes like now. So here's what I'm saying to you. I challenge them at any time to show where one UWP government in any time from 1964 to now went and drew down on the reserves of the country. I challenge the members opposite, because you see, good management does not come overnight, Mr. Speaker. So here we are facing a COVID crisis where the entire economy is on lockdown. The whole world economy has shut down. And what do we have to fall back on? Mr. Speaker, back in 1997, there were 9 sinking fund allocations in the budget prior to 1997. In 1997, all of that was wiped out. No sinking fund. And they said to us, well, 3.5 years, what have you done? We can proudly say, despite all of the challenges, we have 25 million in the sinking fund. What did they have for the last 15 years of the rule of the St. Lucia Labour Party? Not a dollar. For that matter, they went and drew down what was there. So here's my point. If we had that $216 million in reserve added to what we can get from the ECCB and what we can get from the local banks today, can you imagine what 300 or 400 million at the disposal of the government would have been able to do today to help manage that crisis? But you know why we found ourselves there? I'm not, the records are there, it's in your economic and social review. I didn't invent this number of 108 million. I didn't invent the 54%. So, Mr. Speaker, the reality of the situation is, and you know what is most interesting about that? When you hear their response, and you'd think after all these years they would have learned something and been able to give you a sensible answer. They said to finance the deficit. Who created the deficit? Who created the deficit? We were able to pay salaries when we gave the 14.5% increase without incurring any further debt on the country. So, Mr. Speaker, today, St. Lucia is in a crisis. And I remember the illustration. I will close on this point. I said people like my mother, who didn't work anywhere, but when she went and do grocery shopping, always learned to put $5 on her side for wet days. You know what the members opposite said to me, and it's in Hansard. When I said that, they say, where you here you have money, and you go in and borrow money to do things. But today, the advice to the government is go and borrow from the NIC. Go and borrow. But when we had our reserves, it was squandered. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what is sad about this? Apart from drawing down the 200 million, there was negative growth for all the years that they were in government. I have never seen more adjectives describing downward activity. And Mr. Speaker, the only thing that was raising, and I have it here, yes, every adjective I came across, there was a describing something downward. What was interesting to me, the only one that was going upward is financial stress. You see, Mr. Speaker, that's why when we come to the other debate, and I want St. Lucians to understand, where we are today, it's not by accident. Reckless and bad managers in the past have done things. Whatever happens is one thing I learned. The money that you put aside for wet days, you don't go and take it to finance budget gaps and to finance deficits. And so, Mr. Speaker, today we should have had in excess of $300 million in reserve. But due to the management of the previous government between 2011 and 2015, we have found ourselves that when the real crisis hit, there's nothing much to fall back on. But I have hope and I am confident that under the management of this government and the goodwill of the people of St. Lucia, that we will rise above this and we will be able to put this economy back on a path of sustainable growth and development. And I thank the NIC and the board of the NIC for coming forward and putting forward such a proposal to assist the contributors, because they understand the value of the contributors. And it is these contributors that make the NIC a viable entity. I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to the next set of debates when we will be able to deal with this in more detail to show the difference in governance. But I fully support the amendments to this piece of legislation that is going to bring much needed relief to a wide sector of the society who do not know where the next meal is coming from, do not know when they are going to get another paycheck, do not know when their company will reopen and they will get a job. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is very important how we manage this crisis from where we are there, because it is going to make the difference between the survival of St. Lucia in the future and whether we sink as a country. But I have every confidence that on this side of the Parliament, of the House, that we have capable men and women who will take St. Lucia to the next level. I thank you.
Member for Denridor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me state from the outset that I stand on behalf of the people of Denry North to support the proposed amendment to the National Insurance Corporation. And like the member for Castries East and leader of the opposition, I want to state emphatically that measures embarked upon to provide relief for the workers of this country will receive the full support of the opposition and by extension the St. Lucia Labour Party. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphatically denounce the misguided notion presented by the member for Castries Southeast when he tried to convey the impression that we have a problem with the NIC supporting workers. Mr. Speaker, how can we have a problem with the NIC supporting the workers of St. Lucia in the middle of a crisis? Mr. Speaker, we ask questions. We sought clarification. And by so doing, it appears as if we have offended the member for Castries Southeast and by extension, the government that he's a part of. Mr. Speaker, he blames the current crisis on COVID. And he says that we are wrong on this side to suggest that the COVID situation has unveiled a bigger problem that existed prior to COVID. Mr. Speaker, he went as far back as 2014 to justify his assertion. And you can tell that there are days, and all of us have those days in the House where sometimes you come here, Mr. Speaker, and you're having a good day.
But the member had a miserable evening tonight, trying to convince the House, and by extension the St. Lucians who were listening at home, that his contribution to the debate here tonight meant well for the people of St. Lucia. He accused us, Mr. Speaker, by asking questions, to be playing victims. And he said that the real victims are the people of St. Lucia. And he's correct. Because, Mr. Speaker, when $20+ million belonging to the National Insurance Corporation can be used to finance a golf course at a time when banana farmers in my constituency and elsewhere can go for 5 cuttings without payment, of course they are the victims. Who do you think the victims are? Mr. Speaker, the member criticized us by saying that it is the St. Lucia Labour Party that is responsible for St. Lucia not having a sinking fund today or adequate reserves to address the problems of our country. And he said that St. Lucia would have been a better place with $300 million. And I agree. But the member must remember, Mr. Speaker, that mere months ago, his administration spent in excess of $112 million on a horse racing facility. Couldn't that money today, Mr. Speaker, have been used to provide relief to the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
please,
Speaker.
on a point of order.
Honorable
On a point of
member.
order. If the member is going to make allegations like that, provide some proof. Where did the government spend $112 million on
CIP money.
horse races? Where? Where?
On the horse racing track.
Where?
Diversion of the road.
Where?
Relocating the garbage.
The
dump,
road that the
etc.
member is talking about was a road to the airport and was always going to be part of the road to the airport. Has nothing to do with the horse racing. So if the member is going to make allegations, please provide the evidence instead of just throwing numbers out.
Honorable member, I don't have an issue if you're raising issues or questioning, but you need to
Mr.
not
Speaker, the details.
make it such that
Many members before me have made the point that the details will be provided in a subsequent debate. I will concede to the Prime Minister.
then I
in
will
that respect,
accept
Mr.
that
Speaker.
you will.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I am so guided. Mr. Speaker, this administration has been characterized by wastage, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure that when members on the other side, in their quiet moments, reflect, Mr. Speaker, they will conclude or have concluded that perhaps things could have been done differently. Mr. Speaker, it was the member for Ancillary Canneries, and after him the member for Castries South, who alluded to the fact that some of their constituents are really struggling to make ends meet. Même parlement pour Anslawe, même comme même parlement pour Castries Sud, Mr. Speaker. Yo dit nous, that epi situation COVID, là n'y a pile moun en constituency yo, qui pas ni travail, qui appelle travail yo, qui passe à qui côté yo ka en journée travail. Et c'est pour raison ça yo ka supporter le gouvernement pour venir ici pour prendre des marches pour faire NIC, mettre l'argent là pour bailler moun anti-soulagement. Mr. Speaker, nous en les façades ça là ka supporter ça. Because we too have constituents, Mr. Speaker. We have constituents who are feeling the pinch. We have people who have lost their jobs as a result of COVID. We have people who have been placed on rotation. We have people who do not know, like the member for Castries office himself said, who do not know where the next meal is coming from. And Mr. Speaker, sincerely, any relief package that the government is going to embark on to provide some form of comfort for the populace, we will support. But the one thing I can assure you that will never happen in this house is for us to come here as 6 yes men to the government who are supposed to come in and rubber stamp everything that is presented to us without asking questions and without ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that there is a frank contribution on the matters that are before us. Mr. Speaker, The responsibility for COVID-19 and providing relief to the people of St. Lucia is our responsibility. All of us should have a stake in this. But it cannot be, Mr. Speaker, a case where we just come in here. We are not supposed to question. If we question, it is perceived to be an attack on the government. If we raise issues, we are not sympathetic to the people of St. Lucia. If we come and we say perhaps there is an alternative way of doing things, then, Mr. Speaker, we are not patriotic. We are failures, and we are constantly taken back to 2014 and 2011. Our credibility is being questioned. And even at times, Mr. Speaker, we have to stay here and put up with insults. This is a serious issue, Mr. Speaker. We have seen what COVID has done. And it was the Prime Minister himself who likened COVID-19 to a hurricane. And COVID-19 everywhere in the world has left a trail of destruction. Not in the form of damaged infrastructure and fallen trees. Dreams have been shattered. Families have been decimated. Hopes have been lost. And Mr. Speaker, we are not exempted. We are not immune. And the situations that confront metropolitan countries, be it in Europe, America, or Asia, the same situations, Mr. Speaker, confront us here in St. Lucia. And it is not enough for us to say that we are a small country and to just sit idly by and allow the disease or the virus to wreak havoc in this country, be it through in a medical form or through economic realities. So, Mr. Speaker, when I stand here to reflect the pain, the anguish, the anxiety, the concerns of the people of Oleon, Despines, Richfond, Grand Ravine, Gadet, Larissus, Lapel, Belmont, Grand Rivière, and Denier Rivière, Mr. Speaker. When I come to debate a proposed amendment to the National Insurance Corporation legislation, Mr. Speaker, I do so with those people in mind. Because my ultimate responsibility in this House is to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that whatever program government embarks on, it will redound to their benefit. And some of them, Mr. Speaker, they work for years on farms, and they have nothing to fall back on today. Only last week, a shipment of bananas to Barbados had to be rejected, Mr. Speaker, as if the fears and anxieties that come with COVID-19 isn't daunting enough. They have to put up against this. At least some people, Mr. Speaker, they work for the government. They have what we call the security of tenure as it relates to employment. Not everybody has that. So when the government comes to the parliament and says to us that we are going to amend the legislation, which in effect is a COVID-19 induced action, it must, Mr. Speaker, it must incorporate a frank and objective discussion. This is not about us, you know. And he was right. We are not the victims. The people out there are the victims. And there are many different perspectives that obtain out there. And it will not always be the perspective of your supporters that will reflect the situation. We have a perspective on this House. We have a responsibility to 37,000 plus St. Lucians who on the 16th of June, 6th of June, 2016, went into the various polling stations across the length and breadth of this country to reaffirm their belief and their commitment to the St. Lucia Labour Party. So we cannot come here, Mr. Speaker, and just be rubber stamps. We cannot come here and just be rubber stamps. Of course, the amendment is noble, very noble in its intention, Mr. Speaker, to provide relief for workers in this country. Who in their right mind can be against that? Kim Moon is a frère Koisoye. Join a political party. Couille pour élection. Where des gouvernements payants d'un hodia. Et aller parlement, les gouvernements venus et puis en décision pour mettre en place pour travailler en petit soulagement, car du bout de parlement, epi kay di yo kont sa. Who would do that in their right mind? Nobody would do that, Mr. Speaker. But we have a right. We have a right on this side to prescribe different modalities. We have a responsibility to put options on the table. But we should not be excoriated and be ridiculed because we say that there can be a different way to do things. Mr. Speaker, coronavirus, nous qui ça déjà fait en presque tout pays en la terre. Grand pays, petit pays. Caraïbes là et puis cette ici, ni problème that coronavirus jamais ne bon nous. Et qui on dit bah là il a fait Mr. Speaker, il a mis les gens dans un travail. Et le gouvernement a dit nous horia that yo ka aller yo ka ranger loi pour bailler pouvoir pour travailler puis NIC, ça ne doit créer NIS le temps passé pour bailler travailler anti-soulagement. Quand c'est moun ça qui joindre l'argent qui par mois et bien par semaine pour aider yo durant temps en maladie ça qu'a fait affaire un pays que moun passe à aller au travail, business pas ouvert. Et nous supportons ça Mr. Speaker. Mais nous avons dit dans le temps qu'on dit nous n'y pour ni en conversation et puis gouvernement. Il passe en situation que nous venons ici et puis le gouvernement dit c'est comme ça qu'il a fait. Et nous simplement ni pour venir et que le gouvernement fait ça ou voulez, nous pas de problème avec ça. Nous ni question pour demander. Et que là nous avons aussi dit gouvernement that nous pas supposé faire comme peut-être garder tout ça de l'autre manière. Et c'est ça qui roule nous en opposition. This crisis is not one, as I've said before, to be managed solely by the government. The Prime Minister cannot emerge from the COVID-19 situation as a superhero. This situation calls, as I've said before, for all hands to be on deck. The opposition has a role to play. It is a role that we will never shy away from. And when the government makes mistakes along the way, Mr. Speaker, you will never find us celebrating the missteps of the government. The situation is fluid. And there are times when decisions have to be made on the spur of the moment. And we have always resisted the temptation to criticize. However, once a situation arises where we have a responsibility to say to the government that this is not the way, Mr. Speaker, you can rest assured we will spend no effort in ensuring that we do so. It was the member for Castries South, Mr. Speaker, who spoke to the open-ended nature of the clause to be inserted in the legislation. And he was making the point that only the Prime Minister, or alluding to the fact, or as proposed by the legislation, that only the Prime Minister may make regulations for all matters relating to the economic relief program. Mr. Speaker, it was said earlier here today, and it has been said previously, that we are in extraordinary times. And extraordinary times call for extraordinary responses. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we could have had a committee to look at the regulations and decide, as opposed to leaving it to the Prime Minister. This is not normal. This is not usual. This is specific to a situation that confronts our country. And this may be for a limited period of time. And the more hands you have attending to the different facets of this particular situation that has developed in the country, the better it will be for St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, a government that has been characterized by wastage cannot expect to come into this parliament and get a free pass. The debate must be encouraged. The debate must go on. The questions must be asked. And at the end of the day, after all the ideas have been presented and placed on the table, it is up to us to make a decision or decisions that will redound to the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. And this is not and everybody says it, scoring cheap political points. Everybody is accusing each other of scoring cheap political points. You heard the member for Ancillary this morning. Cheap political points. Cheap political points. Who wants to score cheap political points when certainly not us on this side of the house? We do not want to be scoring cheap political points when a situation confronts our country, one that can decimate and wipe off a population as small as ours in a matter of weeks, and some might even argue in a matter of days. But we have a right, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to say, to come into this chamber as duly elected representatives of the people to voice our concerns and to present a case on behalf of the people whose interests we represent in this house. The St. Lucia Labour Party and the 6 members of parliament in here have absolutely no difficulty, and we welcome any economic relief program that the government is going to embark on. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we believe that those programs are meant to provide some form of respite and what we say in Creole, soulagement to the people of St. Lucia. However, we are duty-bound to provide a level of parliamentary scrutiny. Duty-bound to provide a level of parliamentary scrutiny that will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, we are walking out of this chamber on the same level with a common understanding of how things are going to work and how our people stand to benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to once again pledge my support to an economic relief program that will bring some form of comfort to the workers of this country who have been affected one way or another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief contribution to this debate. Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting that at this point, in this time, on this evening, Mr. Speaker, a member opposite will go back 23 years to try to, over 20 years, the member for Castries Southeast tries to go back to justify the ineffective management of his government. It's very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Castries Southeast speaks to issues of 1997 to try to explain why at this time a disaster, a pandemic, which I believe the policymakers of this government largely ignored until February, is trying to use 20 years, 2 decades, Mr. Speaker, to try to explain the mismanagement of this crisis by the policymakers in the cabinet where he sits. Mr. Speaker, I wish for him to answer the following questions. While he speaks about reserves, where is the CIP reserve, Mr. Speaker? Where is the Hiwanora International Airport Reserve? And he spoke about this because in the NIC debate, he tried to make the connection between management of a crisis and the fact that the government had to go to get support from the NIC for contributions to people who, for contributions in this crisis to people who contribute to the NIC. And he asked all sorts of questions about reserves. He said it is the fault of the Labour Party that now they do not have over $300 million in reserves to take care of this crisis. You hear things, Mr. Speaker. The people say, le wat la afita kai like a di weak. The layers that up like a di squeak squeak. Totally different. Just a month ago, Mr. Speaker, 6 weeks ago, this government was boasting about progress. They are the best managers. They are running the government like a business. And suddenly, they can't find reserves. And suddenly, the salaries of public servants have to be cut by 75 and 50%. And it is our fault 20-something years ago. Mr. Speaker, what I see is they are trying to craft a message to sell to the people and to the workers of this country. That is not their fault. It is the fault of the 1997 Labour Party government that COVID, over 20 years ago, that they cannot adequately deal policy-wise with the COVID-19 situation. Mr. Speaker, this is laughable. The NIC amendment, the amendment to the NIC Act today, Mr. Speaker, is very important. The people who contribute to the NIC, who have lost their jobs, will get some help. And thank God for the NIC, Mr. Speaker, because apart from the NIC, this government has presented not one credible and specific plan of action from the government itself, which would assist the people financially. Thank God for the NIC. So the people who have lost their jobs will get some help, and based on the explanation, those people who contributed to the NIC, who have lost their jobs, will get some kind of contribution. I am very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that those people who have to pay their bills, although this contribution will not do everything, we are very happy on this side that there is some relief. But we are not satisfied. The doctors on the front line, the police, the firemen, these people are doing the best that they can. And in a few minutes, a few seconds, I will explain why I believe this government is simply using this as a smokescreen, Mr. Speaker. The NIC is playing its part. The NIC is playing its part. The government must show that it has a plan from central government to play its part. What are we concerned about? We are very concerned, Mr. Speaker, that here is a government that does not come with a comprehensive plan. And in the amendment to the NIC Act, the amendment suggests, as my colleagues have explained, that the government can call on the NIC again and again and again. We continue to be very concerned about this. How can they call this politics, plain politics, Mr. Speaker? And if the description in the proposed amendment says that when a pandemic declared by the WHO, when you have a pandemic declared by the WHO, this aspect of the new act will kick in. So that if 30% of your contributors are affected and the WHO declares a pandemic, then this kicks in. So this is very specific to a pandemic declared by the WHO. And how is it political if we say that this must be fixed? How is it political if we say that this must have sunset? There must be an end to it. If it is 3 months, it ends there. And if we have to come back, we come back. How is that political? This is not political. We are concerned that this aspect of the amendment is leaving open, is leaving the NIC open to manipulation, because the Prime Minister himself said, if they have to go back after the 3 months, they will go back. We are very concerned about this. How is this political? So, ça nous a dit, Mr. Speaker, Adam moun qui perd travail yo, moun qui perd qui te ka payer NIS qu'on chay moun ka dit toujours, kay jouer dans ti assistance. Mais nous concernés et qui yo ka dit ça c'est affaires bagay politique. Mais nous concernés qui c'est l'argent qui là pour moun joindre là yo ka vinn plus grand, peut-être en vieillesse yo, qui nous ni pour 10 bagay en parlement, pour les lois ça mette pour moun pas ça servir l'argent ça à manière gouvernement pas ça servir manière il veut parce que manière papier nous ni devant nous c'est comme tu qui si après 3 mois là il y a un problème encore gouvernement toi payer la pas ni assez assistance peut-être yo ça vie encore en Haïtien comme ça nous ka dit ça ni pour manger nous voulons ces moun joindre l'argent parce que nous a dit le gouvernement pour qu'on fait assez pour aider les gens dans cette liste. Et merci bon Dieu pour NIC. Parce que le gouvernement ça là pour qu'on mette pièce plan pour bailler pièce l'argent et comme ça. Premier ministre a parlé à la télévision, il dit la kay en bagaille pour bailler monde. Mais le gouvernement ça pour qu'on fait rien. Merci bon Dieu pour NIC. Là il vient pour l'argent pour bailler taxi driver, pour bailler monde qui va vendre bailler touriste et bailler comme ça. Le gouvernement pas fait rien. Comme ça, nous comptons ici qu'il fait un bail ici. Mais là, en chaque bagaille, en chaque explication que le gouvernement n'a pas fait. Mr. Speaker, we are also very concerned that the government is not clear about the non-NIC contributors. I heard the member for Castries North, and the member for Castries North said we must all come together. This COVID thing will change everything. It will make us wash our hands more. It will make us change the way we do things, and so on. But, Mr. Speaker, why hasn't COVID forced the government to plan, come with a clear plan? What is it about Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis and Nevis? What is it about these people and their governments that can cause these countries in record time to come out with specific plans to address the various subsectors, agriculture, food security and so on? What is it about these countries that St. Lucia can't seem to get? We boast that we are the best government and we run the country as a business. You think a business, somebody who owns a business would accept that, Mr. Speaker? We are in a crisis. It's so many weeks. All kinds of discussions are happening. And the government cannot come with a 1 or 2 page comprehensive plan. I heard the member for Castries North, he spoke about you can't just take decisions. He had meetings with the various companies and various entities. And he says how many people are unemployed and all of these things. But you know why we are meeting in an emergency session tonight or today? This is an emergency meeting of the House. The Prime Minister went on television and said that the NIC will be assisting people. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? There was a run on the NIC. The computer, the website crashed. People were at the NIC. Why is that? It's simply because this government doesn't know what it's about. This government, why didn't the Prime Minister announce at the time that the legislation had to be changed? It's as if this government did not even know that the legislation had to be changed. So the people of St. Lucia were at NIC, endless people at NIC, people going to the websites, people don't know what to do. These are signs of a government that does not plan, Mr. Speaker. So when the member for Castries South, we spoke about how they are planning and how they're doing all those kinds of things and so on, the very basic things they can't get right. And so we are here in an emergency, you know. And if this government cared so much about the people of St. Lucia and people getting money from the NIC, long before the Prime Minister addressed the nation, he would have had the information which the member for Castries North spoke about, all the numbers and so on. He would have been advised and he would have known that the act needed to be changed. This was being discussed all around St. Lucia before we were told that we had an emergency session of the House. to deal with it. We got our notices on Sunday. So clearly, this was not urgent for the government, Mr. Speaker. So long the Prime Minister said so about NIC. And you all did not know we had to change the act. We got notices on Sunday, and we are here in emergency session. This is not a government that knows what it's about. So yes, they are going to get help. And a while ago, I heard the Prime Minister speak about a loan from Taiwan, and then he said, even the farmers will get money, this one will get money, the bus drivers will get so and so. Very glibly. No plan. No, where is the plan? There's no plan. This government has no plan to deal with this COVID. The doctors and them, the CMO, they may have their medical plans. But this government doesn't have any plan to deal with this. There's no plan. So we are doing things as we go along. So NIC have to get help. You know we have to change the act. I put it. Call Parliament. Quickly, quickly. That's what we are doing here. While Barbados, St. Vincent, everybody you can go. You know what they're doing in St. Vincent? St. Vincent and the Grenadines for food security, Mr. Speaker. All kinds of things. I haven't seen a plan from St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, they're asking everybody to make sacrifices. They're saying that we are not taking a loan from NIC, we will not pay the monies back to NIC. And all we are saying is, if these are monies of contributors, why don't the government pay it back over time? The member for Castries office finds that's a big problem. Why is this a problem? I need the Prime Minister to explain. What is the rationale? Why is it not possible for us to put the monies back over time? Give me the rationale, because I don't understand it. And we continue to say that l'argent qui a servi à le gouvernement pour mettre via NIC, même si pour yonder l'année, mettez l'argent ça via, parce que nous pas voulons NIC à venir un problème. And for the very first time, Mr. Speaker, members opposite always say the leader of the opposition says this, he says that, and so on. I remember clearly when the leader of the opposition said earlier that the NIC funds may run out by 2050. I remember clearly that day, they stood up and said, oh, you're bad talking the NIC, and you're causing the NIC to have a bad reputation. And that's not true. And where you get that information from? Today, the member the member for Castries North stood in this house, many members were out, and he placed on the record exactly what the leader of the opposition said many house meetings ago. You know why he had to do it? Because he can no longer hide it. But earlier you all said the leader of the opposition was talking foolishness. They say he's stammering, and he's saying all kinds of things. But today, the member for Castries North made a very serious contribution in terms of the longevity of the NIC if nothing changes. And that must not go unnoticed. So that the contributors of the NIC and the future contributors must be interested in this amendment today to ensure that the benefits will continue to accrue for a very long time. And Mr. Speaker, they speak about sacrifices. Again, I must focus on the government. Since this COVID crisis, everyone has been asked to make sacrifices. So we've had telephone, and people contributed. They made some sacrifice, whether they were businesses and so on. We've asked various companies, different people to sacrifice. The cadets sacrificing in the front lines. People who are packing food and so on, sacrificing. Okay? The NIC making a sacrifice. When we look again, by the 30th of April, we are hearing that the public servants we'll have to make a major sacrifice. 75% cut, 50% cut.
Mr. Speaker, I've watched, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the members repeatedly indicate that this side is asking for a pay cut of the civil servants. That's not true. We are not asking for any pay cut. We're paying the civil servants in full. What we're doing is paying part in cash and part in bonds. So if he's going to repeat it, if he can please repeat it accurately, I would appreciate it, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You heard the explanation or the information given by the Prime Minister. You've used the word pay cut, and you're just saying that it's not what you're saying that it is, it's something else. And you heard what he said it is.
Mr. Speaker, I wish we could have a debate on the definition of pay. I know pay to be an amount given at a particular time for a particular service, which is remuneration. You can define it as what will come on 30th of April, that's your pay. Now, the Prime Minister can say that he's not cutting the pay. As far as I'm concerned, the public servants who will be affected will not get their regular pay on the 30th of April. If they get half of it and they get the rest of it in the future.
On the point of order, again, the member is misleading the House. That's not true. The persons are going to get paid.